What's up, everybody? Just waiting for my stream to show up on my other computer here. Here it is. It just helps me see if anyone's in here. One person. What's up? As per usual, I could do with an audio check, a video check, since I can't hear myself. But yeah, figured today I'll just do like a regular live stream chatting about Taiwan since I didn't really have a video for this week. I mean, I have a video for this week. I've been doing 2 a week lately, and I didn't do a second one. And I haven't done a live stream in about, I don't know, a month, maybe 3 weeks. And they're fun, so I figured why not. It's up, what's up? Barry the Super Scat. Clicked as quick as possible. Nice, that's what I like to see, man. Go Gecko. What's up? Where's everybody watching from? I'm curious. Usually, at the times I stream at, I get a lot of Australians, just by virtue of like, you know, the time difference between Australia and Canada. Speaking of Canada, I gotta call my dad. It's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Yeah, I've only just remembered that it's Father's Day. That's not good. I'm a terrible son. That's okay. Me and my dad only really chat for like birthdays, Father's Days, Christmases, if he ever answers the phone. Are you watching from Hsinchu? I think we talked a little while, right, in the last stream about living in Hsinchu, Yunlin. Oh, it's Dory! Dory on her turnip farm. I have a friend, Dory, that's her. She used to work at a bar that I would go to. And then she got married, had kids, and moved to the countryside. And now I never see her again. It's a shame. And now I make fun of her for living in the countryside, and she makes fun of me for never going to visit her. I should go and visit, because I never give Yunlin enough credit. I think someone messaged me a while ago, like after I did the Baishatun Madzu, which is like, you know, the pilgrimage where they follow the god. And they were asking me to go to Yunlin to promote the county, but it was through like an agency. So I think they probably floated the idea to the Yunlin government. They asked me if I was interested. I said yes, and then they didn't message me afterwards, and so I'm assuming Yunlin said no. Or I said no. I can't remember. I know I didn't say no. I just said I wasn't sure if I was going to be in Taiwan. But I would love to go to Yunlin and shoot a video for them. Because I did, you know, the only reason I didn't like Yunlin is because it smells so bad. And there's nothing to do. Like every time we drive through Yunlin, like if we go on a trip, which I also haven't done in a very long time, Yunlin just smells terrible. And I always make fun of it. And so I always just trash talk Yunlin until finally the government was like, well, come here and we'll shoot a video. I don't know. I'm terrible at replying. I'm terrible at replying to people. Like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and the Canadian government, I think, wanted me to go to the Canada Day celebrations that are happening on Saturday up in Taipei. They invited me to the press conference, which I went to an hour late. I showed up at like the very end. And then they emailed me again earlier in the week asking me if I'm going and told me to reply by Friday. I just replied now. I'm so bad at it. Grim Ace Naji, I'm not saying that right. It's from the USA. USA. Dory's still waiting. Here comes the Taichung. Yeah, someone's watching from Kaohsiung. That's awesome. One day I'll make it down there. I feel really bad. I missed Dory's birthday too. Why didn't I go? I think I had something going on I couldn't remember. Or maybe I couldn't wake up in time. It looked fun though. I think I filmed 2 things in Yunlin when I was passing through. Yeah, I mean, unless there's like an event, I just don't know why I would go. I think like there's easy access to Alishan in Yunlin. I think other than that, it's a lot of like farms or industrial things, you know, like commercial land, agricultural land, things like that. And it's, for some reason, Yunlin's always gray. Always. I don't know why. Like, the sky is just constantly gray. I've never seen it sunny in Yunlin. I'm going to pull up Google Maps, and I bet you, let me show you, there you go. I bet you when we go into Yunlin, it'll be gray. That's Tainan. I've gone too far. Here's Yunlin. Let's go to Dolio. Not even Dolio. Let's go to like somewhere countryside. Let's see. I bet you I'm right and the sky's going to be gray. Gray skies. This is Yunlin all the time. White, fucking depressing. This reminds me of like when I used to live in Henan in China. I would go to the countryside. This is what it kind of looks like. Although the countryside of Henan was even more depressing. It was all along like the Yellow River, which is a brown river, by the way. But yeah, this is what the sky looks like 24/7 in Yunlin. Unpaved fucking roads. Rows and rows of cornfields. It can look really pretty with the endless amounts of farms they have, honestly. There's something kind of quaint about it. But I just find Yunlin like just so depressing when I'm there. That wasn't until I went the last time for Baishaton Madzu when there was like so many people and everyone was being so nice. So I never really look forward to coming here, you know? But I don't know if that's just me being like shitty, me being like a complainer. I bet you there's people looking at this from the USA or Australia or wherever, like thinking it's awesome, you know? CMAC 90, what's up? How are things in the little island that Taiwan has? I'm fascinated by islands. You're talking about like Xiaoliuqiu and Green Island and Orchid Island and Madzu and all that. I've only been to Xiaoliuqiu and Madzu, I think, islands. And Madzu Islands was friggin' cool. If you get the chance to go and you're into like military history, I recommend it. They have so many interesting tunnels and things that they used to dig back in the day. Like in the 70s, there'd be soldiers that would be living in these fucking tunnels with machine gun nests and giant pieces of artillery, you know, nested inside the cliff faces and stuff. And you can go there as a tourist because they're not used anymore. You can go there as a tourist and check it out. It's awesome. I have a friend from Madzu. She was born on Madzu, which is really rare. Not very many people are born in Madzu. And she took me to tunnels that are abandoned and not open to tourists. That was creepy as hell. Like, we're talking Cold War era, dark tunnels, no lights, no, like, you're not supposed to be in there, right? Like, who knows if it's even safe, right? An earthquake hits that thing, you're done. And that was cool as hell. I shot a whole video about it. It was awesome. And I didn't know anything about Madzu before I went. So if you're into that kind of thing, like exploring, maybe don't explore like I did. I don't want you to get in trouble. Like, don't listen to me. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't want the police to come and try and find you in some fucking tunnel or something happens to you because you heard Prazia say on the internet that Madzu fucking was cool to check out, and you don't do that. I just went because I had a local with me, and I thought it would make for a really good video. But that was cool. I've heard really good things about Green Island. It's awesome, from what I hear, but I've never made it out because it's kind of a pain in the ass. Like, I'd have to drive to Taidong, take the ferry across. I don't know, but it's pretty cool. Which country do you like, Taiwan or Thailand? Well, I've never been to Thailand, so I guess I'll have to answer Taiwan for that. It was quite gray a bit, yeah. Temples in Yunlin, ton of temples in Yunlin. Looks orderly. I guess so. It's only bad air. Oh, it's only bad air. It's only the stuff you have to breathe in all the time. It's always sunny and not that gray. I don't know what happens to your Google Maps. This is what it looks like, Dory, all the time. That's some ugly fucking countryside, says D Junior. It's pretty bad. I'm sure there's pretty bits. Like, I bet you, let's get closer to, let's get closer to the mountains. I think Dory lives closer to the coast, though, so she doesn't get to claim the beautiful parts. I'm not going to dox Glory. Dory. But I think closer to the mountains is kind of nice. Yeah, like, that's pretty, right? That's really pretty. But in the plains where all the farms are, where all the people live, that's uglier than shit. But yeah, I don't know. I can trash talk Yunlin all day until they until they sponsor me. That's my reverse psychology. Like, well, it was actually the opposite. I used to praise Kaohsiung. I still do. I love Kaohsiung. And then the mayor saw that video and then invited me to go shoot a video with him. This is years ago. He was a cool dude. But this is nice, like fruit farms and stuff, you know? So it's not ugly everywhere, but generally speaking, it's pretty bad. It's like Taipei during winter. It's perpetually gray. Yeah. Visiting Taiwan this July and picking up my gold card. God damn, we got a rich person over here. Thinking about semi-retiring in Kaohsiung. Yeah, do it. That's awesome. My buddy Dafeng, he's a British YouTuber. His dad moved in with him and retired here. And they seem to be having, I've never met his dad, so I can't speak for him. I hope they're doing well. He's a great dude. Really speaks great Chinese, great attitude, funny guy. Never met his dad, but they seem to be, his dad seems to love it here, at least from the videos. So I would say go for it. If you're used to the climate, you know, if you're coming in July, man, the weather is gonna hit you like a truck. I was just talking to the parents of some students I used to teach who moved to Houston for work, I guess. And they said Houston has similar weather to Taiwan, which I did not know. In my dumb Canadian mind, I thought Texas was like a desert, you know, because that's what you see in all the movies. But Texas is so big, they have so many different climates because it's such a big state. I didn't know that. So if you're from like that part of the world, you'll be fine. But if you're not, I would come and see how it is and not plan anything too permanent because it might be too much depending on how old you are, you know? Like, I think if my parents came here, my parents are in their 60s. If they came in the summer, it would be a struggle. It'd be a real struggle. Like, if you're not acclimated to the weather, like heat stroke is a serious problem that you really have to be careful with. It's no joke. Like people like myself, I've lived here a long time. Taiwanese people grew up here. I think it still sucks. Everyone still complains about it. Taiwanese people don't like the heat either. But because you're acclimated, for some reason, it seems to me like locals and myself seem to deal with it better. You just kind of get over it over time. I got over it after the military series, you know, that I did with Ku's Dream. He's the biggest YouTuber in Taiwan, biggest foreign YouTuber, I should say. And we did a military series with the Special Forces guys, ex-Special Forces guys. That was fucking brutal. Like, you don't complain about shit like the heat anymore when you're going through something like that. I'm a bitch. I'm not a soldier. I complained the whole time. I was not in a good mood. I was not very good on camera. I had no story to tell. I was just there trying to survive it. Like, honestly, it was no joke. Because you're standing there in like, you know, it was 35 degrees out with the Humidex, God knows, 40 something. Today it was like 46 degrees Celsius with the Humidex, with no shirt on, no sunscreen, and I'm a white, precious little boy, you know. Me and Topher were sunburnt head to toe. It was like, and I kept guzzling water. I was so thirsty because I was sweating so much, and I kept having to go take a piss like every 10, 15 minutes. And they assign you they didn't show this in the video. There's a lot that was cut from the video. Because it was literally 2 days of training. I mean, you don't sleep, right? They tell you to go to sleep, but then they wake you up an hour later with firecrackers to do more drills. It's 2 days of nothing but training. And that's nothing. The people who are actually doing the actual training to actually join the Special Forces, or whatever the fuck they are, they do that for months. And we only did 2 days. So people who do that have my respect. That shit is hard. Anyways, my battle buddy was Bingsho, a Korean. I don't know, does he make YouTube videos? I should know this. Great guy. But he's Korean, so he was in the Korean military, and he's also very fit, very buff, takes care of his health. You know, he's into, he does a lot of Thai boxing. He's an incredible athlete. He was like, dude, there's something wrong with your fucking bladder. He was so pissed off. Because if I go to the bathroom, he has to go with me because you're paired up. You cannot leave your guy. So he was pretty annoyed that I kept having to piss. But like, that was just, anyway, since then, like, I don't really care about the heat. It still sucks. I just don't bring it up in conversation because it's like, you know what, it's hot, you're going to be hot. That's just what happens. That's why my goal, my super chat goal, is help Prozzy turn on my AC. It's 30 degrees in here right now. It's just so expensive to turn it on. I have an older, the reason why that nobody cares, I'm kind of ranting now, but the reason why is because in Taiwan you have an old and rent contract. This was phased out, I think, sometime last year. But I never like renewed my contract with my landlord. We just kind of have like like we were both too lazy to sign a new one every year. So I still pay her. I don't exactly know how it works. She just shows me a number and I pay it. But it's like 5 times what the electricity bill should be. So like I've unplugged my fridge because I don't really have a kitchen, so I don't use it. I keep no lights. The only lights are on in here to light this stream. Otherwise it's dark in here most of the time. And my AC is off in the daytime. I only have it on at nighttime when I sleep. Because it's like thousands of NT if I turn it on. It's ridiculous. So I've bought Australia. That goal was complete. I've owned it. I met an Australian last week and we were talking about it, and it was funny because everyone else around us had no idea what we were talking about. But anyways, that's my new goal. I got to afford my AC bill. It's fucking ridiculous. So anyways, yeah, that was all from someone retiring in Kaohsiung. I wish you the best of luck. I hope you love it. Kaohsiung's great. I have a friend from Yunlin, and he's just about the most depressed person I know. He's like resigned to living a life of total boredom. Jesus Christ, that's so sad. I was going to say the same thing about Ontario. I was talking to a Taiwanese person who moved to Ontario, and they said there was something about Ontario that makes people depressed, and I'm fixing to agree with them. 你可以说中文吗? No, I can't speak Chinese. Leave me alone. I can speak Chinese, but most people watching are English-speaking people, so I'm not going to switch languages suddenly. Definitely recommend going scuba diving in Xiaoliuqiu. Lots of sea turtles. Yeah, I don't give a shit about animals. I'm kind of scared of them, and scuba diving scares the shit out of me too. I've seen too many videos on the internet of people going scuba diving and something happens where they stop paying attention to their depth. There's a word for it. I'm not a scuba diver. I don't know the ins and outs. But something happens to them and they don't realize they're sinking rapidly because they're busy doing some other shit. And then suddenly they realize they've gone so far down that they can't make it back up and they're dead. They're not dead yet. They know they're going to die because they can't resurface, and they know that. And there's videos of people that just like, they just take their what's that thing called they put in their mouth? The reservoir, whatever the fuck that thing is in their mouth, they breathe through, and they just take it out, and they're like, oh, that was it. So I'm like, fuck that, I'm not doing that. Free diving, no. I like swimming. I would not, just that kind of stuff does not interest me at all. Hello from Toronto. Tea with Tams, what's up? No fear, I'm in America, so I won't get trapped. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but you guys are quick. Haiti is just as hot and muggy as Taiwan, and worst of all, it's hot all year round with no winter. That's what I was always curious about the Caribbean, because Haiti's in the Caribbean, right? Like, people always talk about Hawaii having, we've probably talked about this in the chat too much, but Hawaii being like island paradise and stuff. But I imagine it being just like Taiwan, because it's kind of in the similar, not the similar part of the world, but it's the same longitude, latitude line, whatever the fuck. So wouldn't that be like a jungle, hellhole, muggy as shit island as well? I don't know. Yeah, location, typical residential cost, Hawaii about 43 cents US per kilowatt. Taiwan 10. Yeah, again, but my I don't see my electricity bill. My landlord charges me like ×5 or whatever. So those numbers do not apply to me. I'm on the old rental. It's an illegal contract, but I just haven't. If I bring it up with my landlord, all she's going to do is increase my rent, so it doesn't matter. Hawaii, no way, so expensive, that's why I left. Yeah. Oh, you got the trade winds, I see. So I guess that cools it down. That's the shitty thing about Taichung in particular, is that it's inland. It's not really on the coast. I mean, there's parts of Taichung that's on the coast, but like the parts where like I live and most people live, it's inland. It's up against the mountains. And there's also kind of like a hill. It's almost a mountain, but it's more of a hill that sort of protects Taichung from any like ocean wind that we might get. So the air here in the summer is often really stagnant and it's terrible. Kaohsiung though, because it's mostly on the coast, it's hot. I mean, it's hot as shit, but I feel like, this is just me personally, you can disagree. I feel like Kaohsiung gets more of a breeze. So it's hot, but the breeze that you get in Kaohsiung is kind of nice, I feel like. You're getting screwed on an electrical bill. Yeah, I am, for sure. Prize reminds me of that guy in an expat bar who's had enough of life. Fuck me, that's sad. I don't drink anymore, but I know the type you're talking about, just like people who sit in the bar and bitch and moan all the time. Well, that sucks. I hope I don't come off that way. Time to move to a new house. I fucking hate moving house. Kaohsiung does have a nice breeze, especially 2 a.m. and late p.m. Nice by the coast. Yeah. Heat is getting much worse in the Philippines and Thailand. No idea. I have heard from Taiwanese people that are like, 40 years old plus, that Taiwan was not this hot when they were kids. And they say it's due to global warming, which makes sense, but I feel like it also could be that like when you're younger, you don't really remember things like how hot it was. So maybe people feel like it was cooler when they were kids. I wish I was rich. I got the gold card based on my degree mostly. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Love the heat. Enjoyed 2 years in Thailand. See, that's the thing I don't understand. I don't understand how you can like the heat. That makes no sense to me. It's not heat that you can like, right? Like if you stand in the sun in Taiwan for too long, you can't, it's not sun you can bask in. It's not like dry summer California heat. It's hot, humid, wet blanket, hot tub heat, and it's unsafe. Like you cannot stand in it for too long. It's not an enjoyable experience. I don't understand how you can like that. By the way, that hill in Taichung is rising about 2 centimeters per year, which is amazingly fast in geological terms. Really? I did not know that. How do you know that? That's pretty amazing. Would you ever move to Vietnam? Probably not. I don't know why I would move to Vietnam. I mean, it's kind of cool that they ride scooters and motorcycles everywhere, but there's nothing about Vietnam that really interests me all that much. Maybe it would be cool, but I don't know. There are more air conditioning now, difficult to acclimatize. Yeah, it could be that. Who the fuck actually likes summer, especially in Taiwan? I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. What's Yunlin? Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't understand people who enjoy the summer in Taiwan. It doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I feel like most people's favorite seasons is autumn because it's the best. Call me crazy, P-Dog, but I love humid heat. What? From Texas, particularly towards the end of the day. Why? It's just sweaty and uncomfortable. I really don't get that. I mean, whatever, teach their own. I don't get it. It's hard to like, that's why it's so hard to, like I was watching a Casey Neistat video a couple of weeks ago, right? And he goes into this like Asian market and he buys like this takeout thing of whatever it was, I don't remember, it doesn't matter. And he's like, yeah, this place has an eat-in option, you can eat it at the tables, but it's nice out, so we're gonna go outside and eat it. And I was like, Jesus, it just struck me suddenly that like in Taiwan, we can't do that. Like no one would take food outside and eat it on a day like it typically is in Taiwan in the sun. Like if you did it, you would have to be in a park in the shade and wouldn't have to be like it was today, where it's 46 fucking degrees outside. You know what I mean? And that's why I don't understand people who enjoy the heat, because you can't do anything. You can't play sports. You can't really go running. I mean, you can, but you risk heat stroke, right? You can't eat outside. You can't like hang out. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why like patios aren't that popular. You know, like in the UK or Canada or wherever, patio beers are really popular. But in Taiwan, it'd be like, you'd be dying, right? Most patios I know are in Taipei, and they're usually only used at nighttime. So far, I'm enjoying summer in Kaohsiung. Days are clear, can see the mountains. Yeah, I mean, that's good. If you like it, that's great. You know, I wish I could be like you. I just don't understand. I don't even get it. Old days of Hawaii, there was no aircon, wasn't a thing until the late 70s. Jesus, that's got to be rough. That's the other thing that like the UK was surprising to me when I went there for Christmas, is they don't really have AC in people's houses because it's not hot enough. I know about that rising hill in Taichung because one of my friends in Taipei was a geology professor at NTU. Oh, that's cool. I wonder what that's going to do to like the houses here. Like, does it, you know, like shift the foundations at all? Why do you want to talk about Taiwan? I mean, fuck, I don't know. We don't have to. I just, I don't know. I just wanted to do a live stream, and Taiwan's where I live. We don't have to talk about Taiwan. We can talk about anything. That's all right. Do you ever see yourself going back to teaching and moving to a new country? Yes, potentially. I mean, it's not like I hated teaching. I really like teaching. I liked it, you know. Maybe Japan would be kind of cool, although, you know, Japan has its faults. Like, it's not economically, it makes zero sense. Because nobody's really making money over there because the economy is so bad. Teachers get paid nothing. So, you know. But maybe one day. I might have to go back to teaching because like YouTube just doesn't pay enough. I'm not good enough at being a YouTuber really to make enough money doing this full time. My videos aren't good enough to get the views that would be needed to survive off of it full time really. And that's the thing about like when people talk about quitting their full-time job and doing content creation on a full-time basis, it's a pipe dream, man. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you have to be someone like truly extraordinary, especially with how YouTube is these days, how big it is with the content, you know? Like it's been, I don't want to say Mr. Beastified, but if you look at the content that people are making these days, it's like, you know, it's big risks, you know? Like a lot of people do that, right? They will take a chunk of their savings and invest it into a video. And some people have the gift of knowing it'll get big views, you know, and it works out for them. So maybe I'll have to go back to teaching, which is not a bad thing. I liked it. I like teaching. So it's fun. I'm studying at a university in Yunlin, and I'll be graduating at the end of this month. Well, congrats. You're finally escaping Yunlin, you know? Does there seem to be a tension in Taiwan these days, considering that the US is doing to Iran? Bad signals to China for sure. No. I will say this, regardless of what you see in international news, you know, Maduro getting fucking yeeted out of Venezuela, or US bombs Iran, or Israel bombs Lebanon, or Russia invades Ukraine, whatever's going on in the world, there's never going to be tension in Taiwan. People don't care. Not in Taiwan anyways. If I retire in Taiwan, I would just stay in my apartment 80% of the time and turn on the AC. I mean, yeah, it's not a bad plan, you know, escapes the heat. Back in the day, early 80s, people used to go sleep on the woven grass mats. It was hot at night. It was actually not that bad, especially the mosquitoes. Yeah, I don't like those mats because I'm hairy, you know, so if I try and sleep on like a bamboo mat or those beaded mats, the way that they bend like rips my hair out. Taiwanese people obviously don't have that problem because they don't grow body hair the same way that we do as Western people. I hate those things. Yeah. I was supposed to be in Taiwan right now, but canceled because of all the rain. All the rain? There hasn't been that much rain. I have a patio culture. I love patio culture, but my Taiwanese friend refused to sit in the patio with me because the sand will get in the food. Okay. That's never a reason I've ever heard, but to be fair, Yunlin isn't usually this gloomy. I reckon Google just took these photos on a cloudy day, otherwise I would have been roasting because there isn't much shade in many parts of Yunlin. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was just saying that this is what it looks like every time I go. So, you know, I remember me, I lived in Taiwan for 25 years. I don't know what your name is, so I can't say I remember you. I'm really bad with meeting people who watch my channel. Like, it's always so awkward. Like, I was playing pickleball today, which is a ridiculous sport. It's so much fun, but it requires zero athletic ability. Anyways, I was there with my old students that I used to teach because I still hang out with their parents and the kids and stuff. And I just showed up and I was watching the kids play the pickleball, and this Taiwanese guy showed up and he's like, "Hey, you're Prozzy." And I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" I thought he was there to play pickleball with us. I thought he was like one of the parents' family members or something who was coming to say hi. And it was a really awkward conversation because I'm not a very social person. I'm fucking torture to talk to. Not because I'm like arrogant or like, oh, a fan, you know. I'm just like that generally. Most people when they meet me don't like me at first. Like Glory, who's like my best Taiwanese friend, fucking hated me for months until she got to know me. I'm just not good at making conversation. I don't know why. I'm trying to work on it, I guess. But anyways, he's like, "You here to play?" And I was like, "Yeah, you?" And he's like, "Oh, I just finished." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." And then I went back to watching the kids, again, thinking he was like in our group. He's like, "All right, see you later." And I was like, "Okay, bye." And realizing just then he was like a fan coming to say hi. And I like didn't shake his hand or say thank you for watching my videos or anything like that. I made the wrong assumption in my head. I feel like a dickhead for that. Oh, super chat. £5, euros? I always confuse those two fucking symbols. Have the gas prices gone up in Taiwan since the Iran war? I haven't noticed it, but I'm the wrong person to ask. By the way, thank you for the super chat. That's $5 going to my AC. Thank you. That'll turn on my AC for like 2 minutes. No, I'm kidding. I'm not making fun of the amount that you donated. I'm making fun of the price of my fucking electricity bill. That's from Fabi9213. You've donated before. Very generous, I think. I'm the wrong person to ask because I ride a scooter and I ride a motorcycle, and my tank is so small, right? It takes like, I don't know, 6 liters, maybe a little more on the motorcycle. And because every time I fill up, the amount is so small, it's like, you know, the motorcycle might take a little over 200 NT. My motorcycle will rarely take, fuck me. My motorcycle will take, usually, a full tank will be like 200 NT plus. But my scooter rarely goes over 200 NT because the tank is smaller. So if the price fluctuates, like I don't notice it because it's such a small amount. You'd have to drive a car to really feel it. But I don't think it has. I think, at least I've read in the news, that the Taiwanese government is subsidizing fuel costs or something along those lines. So I don't think it's gone up that much in Taiwan, if at all. Again, you have to remember, like, the Taiwanese government makes so much goddamn, most governments make so much goddamn money. But the Taiwanese government in particular, because so many leading tech companies are from Taiwan, and they have a really strong manufacturing sector, is that what it's called, in Taiwan, big and small. So they just make money hand over fist constantly. So anytime something like that happens around the world that'll affect the world, like fuel prices, they're able to like kind of absorb it with the sheer amount of shitloads of money they're making. But yeah, you're fine, Prosy, very likable. I mean, now, like on camera, there's no one around me. If you met me in person, I don't know. It just went up from 29 to 32 per liter. Did it? That's not a huge increase, though, is it? I'm trying to think. Yeah, like if, say, what's a Toyota Corolla have, like a 40-liter tank? You'd notice it a little bit, I suppose, but I don't know. Japan is overrated. Yeah, I hear that a lot. Japan really gets people jaded really quickly. Because I talked about this in the last live stream, but Japan has like a sheen on it, right? It's got a gloss on it. It looks great. So people fall in love with it from afar. They see videos of Japan, movies from Japan, anime, whatever. Or maybe they go and visit for a month and they fucking love it. It's clean, the buildings look interesting, the people have this really unique culture, the food is...
We teach the children.
Oh, Topher, 750 NT. God damn, you're gonna empty your bank account, Topher. I'm going on an evening walk, just tuned in. Sorry I sabotaged the last live stream. Let's not talk about that. Don't forget to like the live stream, everyone. Thanks, Topher. Enjoy your evening walk. Yeah, so anyways, it's got this like ability to get people to really fall in love with it. And people try really hard to go. You know, they get their degree just to go teach in Japan. They jump through all the hoops of getting to a visa and your resident permit, and all of it's a pain in the ass. You know, like anything you do with the Japanese government is a huge pain in the ass. There's so much red tape. It's also kind of old school, so nothing is digitized, you know. And so people really want to enjoy their time in Japan because of how much they sacrifice to get there. But over time, things start to wear on them. They start to get jaded by the realities of living there. And they'll say things like it's overrated, or, you know, they complain about it a lot. I mean, if you go on like r/Japan, it's mostly people complaining about usually their salary, which is fair. English teachers in Japan get paid nothing. Like it's like I can't understand how they even live there on a salary like what they're making. It's ridiculous. Hello, uncle. Oh, he's saying hi to Topher. Price increases now in the U.S. on everything are ridiculous. Is it that bad in the U.S.? Because I know like things like groceries in particular has hit a lot of countries really bad. Like Australia, Canada, grocery prices are like insane. I watched this video. I wonder if I could find it. Doesn't matter. We don't have to watch it. But essentially, they found a receipt from like 2006 or something, right? 20 years ago. Or maybe it was the 90s. Whatever. It was a while ago. From a grocery store. And so they took that receipt and they went to the grocery store today and tried to buy the same things in the same amount that was on the receipt from 2006 and compared the prices. And it like didn't match inflation at all. You know, like it was like, whatever it was, 50 times more expensive than 2006. It's just ridiculous. And it's the same here in Taiwan. If you cook at home, it's fucking expensive. You know, fruits, veg, meat, really expensive. Agree about Japan. It's really changed over the past couple of years, not for the better. Yeah, I don't know what in particular has changed in Japan that makes it shitty to people. Because I don't live there, I don't know. And that was my comparison to Taiwan, and what makes Taiwan so fun is that Taiwan has no sheen, it has no gloss, it has nothing to prove. I saw a comment on that video actually that was really, I think really nailed the nail on the whatever, nailed it on the head. I don't know how to say that. Taiwan is like, you know, Japan is like a restaurant that just shoves all of its messy shit into a closet in the back that the customers will never see. Whereas Taiwan is just like, has nothing to hide. Like the comment was probably put better than how I'm explaining it. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like that. And I agree, like it has nothing to prove. It's not here to impress you. The buildings look fucking terrible. It looks exactly as it is, you know? It's not going to get better or worse. It just is this. So I don't know. I worked ESL in Japan for 2 years, loved it, but never felt like I could truly belong there. Started to notice the difference between polite and friendly. Is Taiwan different? I think Taiwan's different. Personally, I think Taiwanese people are a lot less caught up in their own culture, you know? Like, I feel like you can have Taiwanese friends, speaking Taiwanese or English, you know? And you can, like, just today I went to go play pickleball with all Taiwanese people. And I met them through work because I taught their kids. And it was fun. And I never, ever, ever feel like, oh, I'm the foreigner and you guys are the Taiwanese. It was really like we're together. And it was great. And they're lovely people. And I love seeing them. Like really, it's so much fun. And so I feel like in Taiwan you could make like real relationships, you know? Whereas in Japan, again, I don't live there, never lived there, so take what I say with a grain of salt. Like, I'm repeating what I've heard from people who live there, good friends of mine. Making Japanese friends can be very difficult, even if you speak Japanese. Now, granted, that could just be coming from people that have no social skills. You know, like my buddy Sam, Tokyo Sam, he speaks great Japanese. He's got loads of Japanese friends. So I'm sure it really depends on who you are. But I do feel like in Japan, there's a clear, I said this in my video as well, I do apologize that I'm repeating myself so much, it's kind of annoying. But I do feel like there's a sort of a clear difference. You know, there's a wall there. It's very clear that we are Japanese, you are not. China was somewhat the same. We are Chinese, you're not. You're something different. You're outside of us. And you'll feel that when you're there. I felt it. Like I visited Japan last year, 2 years ago now. Holy shit, it's been 2 years. And I didn't talk to a single fucking Japanese person in 3 weeks. Not one. Other than my buddy James's wife. Again, my fault. I'm not a sociable person. I'm not the type of person who will approach strangers at a bar and strike up a conversation. I will never, ever talk to someone that I don't know. It makes me feel really uncomfortable. I don't know why. That's just my personality. So maybe if you had like a really extroverted personality, like Sam has, then you'll be able to make loads of friends and talk to people. But I do feel like in Taiwan, they don't really care that you're a foreigner, and they're not so caught up in their own culture, like I said. So it sounds kind of harsh if I say something like they don't care that you're a foreigner, but it's kind of a good thing, because they'll just accept you into their friend group, no problem. Sometimes you'll have an issue. Like I was hanging out with some friends of mine. It was 3 Taiwanese people and me, and I was just on the sofa playing on my phone, and they were at the table talking amongst themselves. Because they were talking about something like they were going to Vietnam and they're all speaking Chinese. And I just was out of the conversation, you know? It didn't really have anything to do with me. And I'm not sure if that was because I'm a foreigner and there's a language thing, or if it was just because they're talking about something that only they're doing and I'm not. So yeah. But I feel generally speaking, Taiwanese people are more friendly in a genuine way, right? Japanese people are friendly because it's their culture. And they're not even friendly, are they? They're polite. There's a difference, you know? Japan is very conservative and people are much more reserved. It's hard to assimilate another society as a foreigner. You'll remain a foreigner even if you act completely Japanese. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Japan doesn't work like the same way it does in the West, right? If you're Taiwanese, Japanese, wherever the hell you're from, and you move to the States or Canada or Australia, you can become American. You can become Canadian. You can become, right? So I think a lot of Western people are used to that idea of sort of absorbing someone into their own culture. A lot of us, right? I don't know where you guys are from, American, Australian, British, Canadian, whatever. I'm sure we've all grown up with people that, maybe not, I don't know. Maybe you've grown up with people who are second generation from another country, or people who are just straight up from another country, and you never thought about them being a foreigner at all. It was just like, we're all Canadian, or we're all wherever. It doesn't work like that in Japan and a lot of countries in Asia. You'll never be one of them. Part of the reason is, I think, is because it's homogenous, right? Everyone who is Japanese is ethnically Japanese. Whereas in Canada, you don't have to be, I mean, there's no Canadian ethnicity, so you can be any color you want and still be Canadian, I guess. And that's not an argument on immigration. I'm not opening that can of worms. While there is a lot of bullshit against foreigners in Taiwan, Japan, I heard it's worse. Yeah. I don't see a lot of like bullshit against foreigners in Taiwan, but then again, that's probably because I'm not paying attention and I don't give a shit about it, right? Like if I'm on the road and I cut someone off or I do something stupid and a Taiwanese person yells at me because I'm a foreigner, I just brush it. I don't care. I'm sure it exists, but I don't see it all that often. But I have heard in Japan there's, I don't know. Again, it's hard to say how much of it is real and how much of it's blown up on the internet, but I have heard, like, I don't know, maybe Japanese people are getting tired of how many foreigners are there. I'm not really sure. You know, and now they're doing these things like, you'll probably see a bunch of videos show up on YouTube recommending it to you, but a lot of foreigners are leaving Japan because they're on the business visa. And Japan just increased the amount of money you have to have. Like, so if you want a business visa in Japan, you have to put 30,000 US dollars into a Japanese account, and then you can have a business visa. But they found out that people were using the business visa for, you know, fronts, basically, money laundering, or like fake businesses, you know, for nefarious acts or whatever the fuck, I don't know. So they just increased the amount that has to be in the account to like some astronomical number, like whatever it is. I don't know what the number is now, but it's something like unobtainable. And so now like hordes of small businesses are leaving Japan because of that. So they are actually like actively putting to legislation ways of getting rid of all the foreigners. US pricing is bad, but US media is brought in paid for, so not publicized. For true news, see DW News in Berlin. Yeah. Again, I'm not American, so it doesn't really affect me. Why not move back to Canada and do FIFO and make bank? Good question. First, I have to figure out what is FIFO. First in, first out. It's a principle used across several industries to describe a system where the first items or requests to enter a process are in queue. I don't know what is FIFO? That didn't really answer my question. I don't know what that means. Hawaii's gone apeshit crazy. Nobody could afford to live there. Yeah, I mean, it's been like that for a while, right? Hawaii's always been expensive. Topher, you're a saint. Hey, it's Wes Davies. Glad he's in the chat. Fuck me, I'm so behind on the chat. I apologize, guys. It's hard to keep up. I go on rants all the time. Yeah, I kind of want to go back to Canada this year because it's been a while, and if I do, I'd love to see Wes because he lives in the same city as my grandma. Taiwan has the lowest birth rate in the world, by the way. Yep, I have a whole video on it if you want to check it out. I interviewed 2 Taiwanese girls or more. I can't really remember. Asking them about it. Depends on what you cook and where you buy food. Steak from Costco is way cheaper here than the restaurants or PX Mart. Yeah. I mean, they're cheaper, but at the end of the day, you're still buying steaks, right? So that's expensive. I don't think that... I mean, I don't know, I shouldn't say that. I could be wrong, but I imagine if you bought steaks in the US, they would be cheaper than steaks at a Costco in Taiwan. But I don't know how price control works, so I could be wrong. The people have changed. Tourist fatigue. Things are more difficult. Future's not looking good. Yeah, I mean, if you've got money in the Japanese stock market, yeah, I'm sure you're not very happy about it. You know, or if you work for, I don't know, a dead industry, right? Like if you're doing ESL in Japan, you're fucked. I mean, you were fucked 10 years ago, right? Because it's not like you can earn a higher salary. There's no lateral movement in that industry. So people like that are fucked. Like, the only way I've seen people make money in Japan is if they got some lucky job in the countryside that just so happens to have a really big, I don't know, salary for some reason. Or they're working in international schools, or they're doing something else. Like my buddy Andre, right? He moved to Japan. He's a project manager for some like vending machine company or something. His salary's fine. It's not incredible, but it's like definitely it's like twice the amount that the average English teacher makes. So it's really bad. I think South Korea has the lowest birth rate. South Korea had the lowest birth rate, but I think Taiwan overtook it this year. How much do you spend on food, eating out, groceries, snacks a month in Taiwan? I live in San Francisco and it's $450 USD. $450 sounds low for San Francisco. I thought San Francisco was like stupid expensive. I, again, don't buy groceries because I don't have a kitchen. But I typically try and spend 5,000 NT a week is usually my budget, which is not a lot of money, but again, I'm poor. So yeah, 20,000 NT, you should be fine. And it's usually less than that. But you know, you can spend as much as you want to, right? If you want to eat a lot of like imported food or fancy food, you can spend a ton of money. And a lot of people say like, oh, but eating out in Taiwan is cheap. And it's like, it can be. Like you can get a $100 bento box, you know, biendang, but it's not going to taste very good or have very high quality ingredients, right? Like, so I wouldn't eat that all the time. But again, to each their own. Maybe you really like that kind of thing, and that's fine. Okay, let's see. Japanese are a totally different breed. We have many Japanese nationals living here. Even in Hawaii, they choose to keep to themselves. Nice, but aloof. Very strange. Yeah, sounds about right. 450 in San Francisco. I doubt you're eating out that much. Do people eat out at all in the West? Like, I remember growing up, we never went to go eat out that much. I'd become Taiwanese, no problem. I'm eligible. Yeah. I got the same impression with Japanese people are polite, but Taiwanese people are the most friendly people I ever met. You know, there's an argument for Filipino people. Filipino people are pretty fucking friendly for the most part. Like, I went to the Philippines and everyone was so fucking nice. And not in like a tourist way. Like, I did go to Cebu and people are like, oh, they're nice because you're in Cebu, right? They're there to make money from you, so of course they're gonna be nice. But I wasn't in like Cebu, like the nice luxury hotels. Like, I was in like the fucking streets, right? Because my good buddy who I work with is from Cebu. And so he introduced me to a bunch of his friends, and we went to all like the bars and clubs that the locals went to, which is scary, you know, like it's not nice. It's kind of run down. It's a little underdeveloped, I suppose. I don't say that to be offensive. I just mean like it's not as safe as Taiwan, I think. But everyone I met was like so fucking nice. Like so nice. And I grew up, you know, all my Asian friends growing up were Filipino and their families were all really nice. Like really great, you know, not to shit on Taiwanese people. Taiwanese people are nice too. I just found Filipino people to have like a very happy demeanor, which I know is a broad brush to paint the whole country with, but that was my impression anyway. Every Asian country seems to be tightening their visa requirements. Really? I know China is. I heard that. I don't know that Taiwan is. Again, could be wrong. I have permanent residency, so I haven't really looked into it. Taiwanese strangers have often gone out of their way to help me. Japanese would go out of their way to avoid me. Still like Japan, though. Yeah. They also increased the price for a visa to Japan. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, the business visa. Why not my bank and be super rich? Are you stupid? Yeah, I'm fucking stupid. That's why. I think making money for some people is easy, but for people like me, it's hard. I'm dumb and I'm lazy. So that's what you get in life for being dumb and lazy. You get to be poor. I think Taiwanese are comfortable around foreigners because they are outward looking, not inward. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I could agree with that, generally speaking. And plus, they're so well traveled, right? Like every Taiwanese person has been to Japan or has been to Australia or wherever, you know, so they've traveled quite a bit. Dude, I've got an air mattress with your name on it. We'll hit the driving range and you can be my guest in my English class and film some vids, of course. Yeah, man, for sure. That sounds great. I fucking suck at golf, but whatever, it's fun. 550 euros a month on just food, ouch. I don't know what, are you talking about the San Francisco guy or me? You a permanent resident yet bud or still relying on work visas? I'm a permanent resident. As for the stock market, at least in the US, the shit is definitely skewed and being manipulated by billionaires these days. When the fuck has it not been manipulated by billionaires? When the US market crashes, it'll be at some point. Won't be pretty. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, for 50 years, the S&P 500 has outpaced like the fucking everything, hasn't it? Like even the housing market. I have a funny, like not a funny story, but like I've never invested in the stock market before. I just never was taught, I didn't know, like I grew up, I didn't even know what the stock market was. Like I just didn't know, I don't understand. And the only thing I kind of heard about it was like, you know, I just pictured it in my head. I conjured up this image of like day traders, right? Like people fucking doing cocaine and like looking for little lines and then snap buying and selling stuff. You know, that's what I thought it was. My parents, I'm not blaming them. They don't know anything about stocks either. But I just never had anyone teach me about it. Maybe they taught us in high school. I don't remember learning about it in high school. But then again, I was a dumb fucking high school kid. I was a piece of shit and I didn't listen to anything my teacher said because I hated school. So maybe I was supposed to learn. And it's probably my fault. I don't know. But now I'm 35 and more and more people are talking to me about it, and it seems to be like actually most people should be investing in the stock market. And I thought, okay, fine. I've got savings in a Canadian account. It's stupid to have it in there because it's just losing money to inflation, and so I figured I would try and invest. So the other day I opened up an account with some online broker or whatever, and then then I had to open up another bank account with an online bank that was tied to the brokers because Canada won't do international transfers, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't fucking matter. Boring shit. But I can't fucking... The address that's on my APRC card, my ID card, is not the actual address that I live at because I just haven't updated it yet because I'm like lazy as shit, like I said. So they asked for like proof that I live where I live. And I have no way of proving that I live here. It's so fucking annoying. Because again, I don't see my electricity bill because my landlord pays it and then charges me 5 times what it is. Our names aren't even on the contract, at least not on one page. I have no internet bill. I don't pay the water bill. I have no home line. I have nothing that proves that I fucking live here. So I can't even invest in the goddamn stock market until I update my ID card, which I'll probably end up having to do tomorrow. I'll have to remember to do that. But I was doing that all day yesterday, just like slamming my head against my desk. Like, how the fuck have I no way of proving that I live here? So I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. Food is actually not as cheap as people think in Taiwan. Taiwan has to import a lot of things, whereas in the US, beef is like 5 to 10 pounds a pound at Safeway. Yeah, that's true too. You know, Taiwan can grow things like fruits. You know, things that grow in Taiwan are fine, generally speaking. And this has been said a million times, but Taiwanese fruit also tastes amazing. But he's right. A lot of... Oh, it was a subscriber. Benny Ho just subscribed. Nice. A lot of beef products are imported from like Australia and New Zealand. Those are expensive. So yeah, buy TSMC stock and you're set for life. I don't know. Aren't I kind of late to the game for TSMC? I feel called out for being a big dum-dum. Nobody called you a big dum-dum. I think Taiwan is a great place to live in, but only for retirement. Working in Taiwan pays pennies, and if you're a foreigner, just work and save up money in your home country and live off your investment. It depends on how you look at it. You know, you're not going to be making pennies by Taiwanese standards. Like your salary is going to be, like, I'll give you a hard example. I have a buddy who just got a job at a kindergarten here in Taichung. He's going to be making 80,000 NT a month, which for Taiwan is a fantastic salary. It's not going to make him super duper crazy rich, but compared to the average Taiwanese salary, that's fine. You'll live perfectly comfortable on 80K a month. But if you're looking at it from the lens of say like an American, so 80K NTD to USD, that's $2,500 a month. So, you know, not a lot of money for Americans. So, you know, and also like if you're living in a place like Canada, saving can be really hard. So yeah. You only need 550,000 US dollars for the 4% withdrawal a year to live indefinitely in Taiwan. I get why people in the Western country would like to save up and peace out in Asian countries. What do you mean you only need 550K? I've never had that much money in my life. Hey, I just read there's a rumor that UK's Keir Starmer is resigning next week. I saw that in the news as well. I don't really know anything about UK politics, so. Schools should teach about the stock market 100%. Yeah, probably. I mean, if I had known that if I just invested a little bit of money, like $20, you know, every month or whatever the fuck it is when I was like 19, and that makes you a fucking millionaire by the time you retire, I definitely would have done it. I just didn't really understand. I didn't know what it, I didn't know. My kids both have money in the market, opened accounts for them. Nice. You could probably prove that you fucking live there. Prez, you just proved my point. Stock market is rigged. What? I mean, of course it's fucking rigged, right? Like there's people on Instagram, I saw this reel that was like, if you want to know who to invest, and again, I'm not going to invest in individual companies. I'm probably going to put my money into like S&P 500 and maybe like a global version of that, whatever that's called, VNT, Vanguard, whatever the fuck. I don't know, again, don't know much about it. Just something safe. I don't know enough about businesses and all of that to know which companies to invest in. But yeah, I saw someone who was like, oh, like, just invest in whatever the fuck Trump is buying because he's the president. So of course, whatever he invests is going to suddenly, you know, they're going to make a deal with the US government. They're going to have a contract with the US government, make $1 billion, and their stock is going to fucking skyrocket. So all you got to do is buy what he buys, which is hilarious. That's not fucking financial advice. I saw that on Instagram and I thought it was funny. I have absolutely no fucking idea if that's a good idea or not. Everybody is buying stocks in Taiwan. Yeah, probably. I've heard a lot of Taiwanese people really like to play the stock market. Taiwanese people also really like to do, they like to buy currencies. They do that a lot. Like when the Japanese yen crashed, a lot of people were doing shit with that, which is, I never heard of that before. Dude, you gotta change your APRC address. Yeah, thanks. I fucking know. I still get mail at my old address that I lived at 10 fucking years ago. It's terrible. Which is a huge problem because like I have so many goddamn speeding tickets on my scooter and my motorcycle that I've just racked up interest forever. That's gonna be a pretty penny. 80K Taiwan dollars for a kindergarten job, that's a steal. Yeah, that's a very good salary. Where is he living now? Who? Sorry, let me catch up with you guys here. Rent contract, yeah. Dude, you don't have $500,000? Gross. No, I don't have $500,000 sitting in my bank account. Invest in ASML because chip makers need ASML photolithography machines. Okay, sure. Love Taiwan, but smash those fruity Taiwanese beers like water. Okay. So, are Taiwanese mangoes really super awesome? Mangoes are my favorite fruit. I eat them almost every day in Taiwan. I think they're fucking amazing.
Wu-Tang is for the children.
We teach the children. Okay, super chat, so I'm going to jump to that. Apologies to everyone else. I'll go back to your comments in a second. This one's from Stringfellow, and then your name gets cut off from there. I visited Taiwan last August, and I'm going to return in November. I'm from Arizona. I have a healthy respect for Taiwan's heat. It was brutal. Turn on the fucking AC, man. Thank you. I will. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Arizona's fucking hot as shit, isn't it? But isn't Arizona like a desert? I thought Arizona was like dry. Again, I don't know anything about America, so forgive me. I just imagine, again, it's mostly stereotypes from American films and things. Arizona. Yeah, this is a hot place, I think. Oh, wait. 130 NT super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's going to go to my AC bill. Arizona. But again, Arizona's really big. So I imagine the weather changes quite a bit from, like, say, Sedona to Tucson. It's probably a bit different, right? Let's go to somewhere really country. Arizona. Let's see. Someone took a random picture here. What the fuck is this? What are we in? It's a train? This is a train? This is kind of cool. But yeah, this is like dry desert heat, isn't it? Is this a train track? It is! That's pretty cool. Grand Canyon Village. Sorry, I'm a Google Maps fiend. As soon as someone tells me if they're from somewhere where I'm not familiar with, I have to Google it. And look at this guy. Got you on the live stream. What's up, this guy? In June 2022. This looks just like the American movies. Yeah, sorry, I always browse Google Maps and then people think it's boring maybe. Yeah, this looks hot as fuck, dude. But again, I think it's like desert heat. It is a dry heat, okay, yeah. Foreign currency exchange, Forex, is popular in Asia because it's traded basically 24/7 trading. Mostly stocks happen during US hours. Okay. Hello, Prazi, and hello, Taiwan. What's up, Constantios? Now I work in East Africa. Missing Tang, something, mango. Oh, the Bing Xia. Yeah, that shit's fucking amazing. I invested a couple dollars into MSCI Global Semiconductor ETF out of fund back in March. It went through the roof. Also, no financial advice. Hey, good for you, man. It's so awesome when people make money like that. It's like, it has to feel so good. Then again, if you said it's only a couple of dollars, doesn't it suck when you invest like a couple of dollars into a company and then it goes through the roof and you're like, fuck, I should have invested more. Again, I still haven't invested because I got to prove that I fucking live here. It's a viewing train. Okay, cool. If you invested in any aggregate ETF in March, you'd be up 20% now due to the Iran war starting and ending. Ah. Well, fuck, I'm late to the game. That's the other thing about starting my investments now is like you're watching the, let's say like the S&P 500 or like whatever general stock market just like climb, and I'm only getting now. It's terrible. You should be watching it drive it back up. Oil, when Trump opens the strait, the price will drop. Then buy, because he will, and then your message got cut off. I mean, will it matter? Because like I'm planning on taking a bunch of money from my Canadian account, slapping it in some ETF, and then forgetting it.
Wu-Tang is for the children. We teach the children.
Just forgetting about it for like years and years and years, right? Okay, £5, I think, or euros. I don't know. I'm dumb. Fabi again. Have you tried the absolute crazy chips in Taiwan? Century egg is weird. What is absolute crazy chips? Oh, do you mean like the chip flavors, like cilantro flavor and stuff like that? They're good. I should do a video on that. I don't know if foreigners would find that interesting though, but they do have some like crazy Doritos flavors. Century egg is weird. Coriander was awesome though. So many, yeah, should have fucking kept reading your message. So many strange flavors. Video maybe. There you go. Sorry, I should have kept reading your message. Yeah, the cilantro one I really like. I haven't tried the other ones. But I don't know how, I'd have to find a way to make that video interesting because otherwise it would just be me eating chips. So, but they are good. I quite like the spicy Doritos ones, you know? Don't try to time the market, just invest and keep DCAing. Oh, I don't know what that means. Over a long period of time, you'll be fine. I hated coriander Doritos. Man, I liked it. I suggest Vanguard's VWRA ETF. It is 60% US stock, 40%. Oh, that's a pretty good mix. That way, when America fucking implodes, at least I'll have 40% in the rest of the world stock. Best time to invest was 20 years ago. Next best time is today. That's what they say, right? Wisdom from the uncle. Yeah. Topher knows a lot more about investing than I do. He's well into stocks and trading and all of that. If you want to be rich, align your interests with the billionaires and ruling class. S&P 500 is just free money. That's what I'm hoping for. And yeah, if I could align myself with billionaires, I would. What's your next video plan? I love you interviewing other people. I have no plan for my next video. I've been doing 2 videos a week, unplanned. I just grab my camera and I shoot whatever happens and pray to God it's a good video. But I do want a plan for my next video. I'm not sure. And interviewing people is hard for me because I'm very awkward. And I don't know what to ask people because I genuinely don't care. I'm good at this, aren't I? Will you use your tax-free savings account for investing? No, because I am not a Canadian resident. I should check with the Canadian government if they consider me a resident, because if I am, then I have to pay taxes. And right now I'm not even filing taxes. So I'm pretty sure they don't consider me a resident. I'm not sure. The only problem is that because I have a Canadian bank account, it has to have a Canadian address, which is where my dad lives. But I'm not sure. But finding out, I have to fill out this complicated form, and I looked at the form, and it was too long, so I thought, fuck it, I'm not doing that. I'm probably fucked, I don't know. So because I'm not a Canadian resident, I'm not using a tax-free savings account. Actually, Uncle Topher is now going to become actually your financial advisor, yeah. You know what's more boring than looking at Google Maps? Talking about the stock market. Okay. Sorry. I would have normally agreed with you before I looked into investing. Like I was talking to my mom yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was. And she's like, what's new? And I was like, well, I don't know. I was maybe thinking about investing in the stock market. And she doesn't know anything about it either. She's like, oh, be careful, right? Because in her brain, she probably thinks of it the same way I do, right? Just it's like day traders and people lose all their money and all this other kind of thing. It's gambling, you know? And my mom and I are somewhat similar. And so I knew as soon as I went to say, no, mom, it's like, I want to just invest in like an ETF, you know, something really safe. I could just see her brain. As soon as I started to explain the stock market, her brain just clicked off. She's like, nope, like complicated foreign idea, nope. And I'm like that a lot. When people try to explain ideas that might not even be complex, I'm just assuming they're going to be complex, or there's something that I'm unfamiliar with. I just check out. My brain just like, nope, and my mom's like the same way. I imagine Stringfellow Hawk 5844 is quite similar to my mother and I. So I found that funny. Get a wife, have children, make family vlog, and make millions in diaper sponsors. It's the only way. That's my backup plan, honestly. Give me cookies. That's my backup plan, is find someone dumb enough to marry me, have kids, put my kids on camera, sell their adorable little faces to the masses, give them zero privacy, give them a very strange upbringing when the whole world knows who they are, and make money off of that. And also never give my children a single penny of what I earn from their face. My little advice, let AI help you prepare for the question of interview. Only you need is think of a theme is ask. I don't know what you're talking about, but I appreciate the advice. Greetings from sunny, hot, humid Cape Coral, Florida, and hurricane capital of the world. Greetings. I imagine Cape Coral, Florida, is the exact same weather as Taiwan. Where the fuck is Cape Coral? Cape Coral, Florida. Oh wow, it's near Fort Myers. I've heard of that. I wonder if it's nice here. Look at the way they do their streets in Florida. It's so... Whoa, fuck, that's not nice. What is this? I mean, it doesn't look bad. I thought this was going to be all full of houses. It's just like empty lots. What a weird place. Maybe it's nice in the weird island, Pine Center Island. I bet you this is nice. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I'm curious about Florida. Okay. I could see myself getting shot in the face here, for sure. Yeah, it looks fucking wet here, doesn't it? This is the kind of place where like gators just walk up to your front door, go trick-or-treating. Look at this person's house. How American. Is that an American like decal on his Jeep? Cool. Be careful though, some ETFs are very risky. Are they? Investing should be boring. If it's exciting, you're probably doing something wrong. Welland is nicer. Yeah, Welland is the fucking capital of Canada, dog. Nice parking lot, I guess. Looks aight. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know anything about, I don't know. Florida stresses me out for some reason. But yeah. By the way, Florida equals Timu, Australia. Yeah, true. No, the Gators are the Mormons. Yeah. Since talking about the stock market is so boring, he's not wrong, let's be honest. Les Topher said it should be boring, and it is boring to most people, especially to people who have no interest in the stock market. Have you guys watched Civ Div? He's a YouTuber who is a soldier. So he fought with the Kurds in whatever fucking war they were fighting. He fought for the Ukrainians. I can teach you for stock trading. Oh, fuck, that's that way? Shit, sorry, let me put my phone to silent. Sorry, guys. So I just realized the Weiwei that's been in the chat this whole time is my friend Weiwei. There's a cajillion people who speak Chinese whose name is Weiwei. Anyway, Civdip. So yeah, so he's a soldier. He fights in Ukraine, and he shoots videos about his experience being a soldier and fighting in different wars. He's an American, and I guess he fights in like various foreign legions around the world. And recently he came to Taiwan and did training with the Taiwanese. And he's recently been, Topher says, interview channels are such an easy YouTube hack. Also a great way to meet interesting people. Yeah, maybe. Maybe like a next night out or something. If I'm out with Alan and we hit like a popular bar area, I'll interview people. I'm not sure. Anyways, yeah, so he's recently been, what's the word I'm looking for when like you focus on something, whatever, focusing on drone warfare, which is obviously very big in the Russian-Ukraine war.
Wu-Tang is for the children. We teach the children.
Oh, $5 Canadian from Damn Tired. What's up? Appreciate that. Hey, Prosy, if you're looking to invest with a Canadian account, make sure you check out your TSFSA, tax-free on any profits you make investing. Again, great advice, but because I'm not a Canadian resident, I can't have a tax-free savings account. So there's that. Unless the Canadian government considers me to be a resident, I have no idea if they do or not. So I don't know. I think I'm okay paying capital gains tax in Taiwan because I think Taiwan, I'm not sure about this, but I don't think you pay a ton of taxes on capital gains in Taiwan. But I'm not super sure on that, so don't take my word for it. Anyways, but I appreciate your advice. It is good advice. Yeah, if you're investing in Canada, tax-free is the savings account is a great option. Save a ton of money if you're trying to collect. Vanguard Total World Stock Index is cheap. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of going into initially, but I've heard the S&P 500 outperforms it, so I might do that. So yeah, but then again, you're gonna have so many people saying that like, oh, the U.S. is gonna implode, right? Just like the Roman Empire one day. So I'm sure there's people out there who are skeptical of the S&P 500. Anyways. Civdiv, he's been doing a lot of drone warfare, and we'll play his video. I'm curious to get your guys' opinion. First of all, let's get a fucking, before I get into this, shall we do both 60-40 split? Yeah, I might do that. See, someone says talking about the stock market is boring, and now I didn't know I had so many people who watch my videos know so much about the stock market. And so let me get a consensus. How much do people care about this type of shit? Like war? Because I thought he had a few interesting points, because he came to Taiwan and he did training, and he came away with a few interesting points. But if you guys don't care about it, we don't have to talk about it. But zero capital gains tax for you if you invest in overseas stocks. Benefit of having a Canadian bank account. Again, I think you're talking about a tax-free savings account, but I'm not a Canadian resident. But in Taiwan, I'll probably have to pay. I don't fucking know how taxes work, okay? My taxes are a joke. I make no money. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to file the goddamn taxes in Taiwan. Next video, help Prosy 10 times his money. Well, that wouldn't be fucking hard. I've already 10 times my money. I'm broke as hell. Okay, let me get your guys' opinion on this video. Again, if no one cares, that's fine. We can move on. I thought he had some interesting points about Taiwan. It's actually similar to Topher's video, who he released his 2 days ago. It's got 32,000 views already. Holy shit, I haven't had the time to sit down and watch that. Maybe we can watch that after Civ Divs. Let's see here. This is Lee LaFond, $4.99. I'm retiring next at 53. Let me read it on the big screen. I'm retiring next at 53 off of my index funds as a teacher, so it's definitely possible. Is 60K a month in Kaohsiung a reasonable budget? Well, yeah, that's fine. That's like 60K after taxes is what a lot of teachers make. So, yeah, I mean, if it's just you, and you need an apartment that's pretty decent and new. I can't remember what Topher pays for his. Topher lives in Kaohsiung and he's got a nice apartment. It's not massive, but it's new and nice. I want to say like 20K would be your rent. And then food is whatever you want it to be. It depends on what you like to eat. But if you're retired and you're not planning on working and you're just chilling, 60K a month is totally doable. And you can travel and you can 60K is great. That's a perfectly fine budget. You could live comfortably on that, no problem. Again, if you're planning on living in like a 3-bedroom, brand new, fully furnished, really nice apartment, then your rent might be, 30, 40K. But it depends. Not TSFSA, not tax-free savings account, look into foreign sourced income. Oh, okay. Why not set up a poll? Because the poll's gonna take too long. I do love my polls, I love my polls. And I don't mean the damn Polish. Okay. So yeah, his video is called, Can Taiwan Actually Survive a Chinese Invasion? Although I'm just realizing now that because I don't have internal speakers, you guys are going to be listening to it from my speakers, and that's going to sound like shit. Oh, fuck me. You know what, Marco? Fuck it. Let's start a poll. Watch the Civ Div video. Start poll. If not, totally fine. We could talk about something else. In the meantime, we will talk about something else while I wait for the results to come in. But anyways, the gist of his video is that like in Ukraine and in Russia, drones are so popular because it's quite flat, right? The battlefield has no mountains or anything like that. And so drones have easy communications, so they can be used. But in Taiwan, they're not really all that useful because there's so many goddamn... I know you can hear me clearly. I just mean that when I play the video, you might not be able to hear the video clearly. Because Taiwan is so mountainous, drones will have a difficult time maintaining connections, right? Like a little video, like if you're shooting video, whatever, it's different. But if you're like trying to fucking drop a bomb on someone, and the signal's trying to cut through the jungle canopy, it might be a bit difficult. And the other thing too is like if you're fighting in the jungle, it's really hard to see your target even with infrared because like if you go deep enough into the mountains, like the jungle canopy is really thick. China's corrupt to the bone. What invasion? I mean, goes both ways, right? So and I found that an interesting point because a lot of people are saying like, oh, drone warfare is a new thing. Taiwan needs to invest in drones. But because the landscape is so different, maybe that might not be the case. Although having said that, me and Topher shot a video in Taipei. I was just his cameraman, but we met some really interesting guys. He's this former Marine who started an AI company here in Taiwan. And he makes AI pilots and his own jet. And it was really interesting talking to him. And that was really interesting. So basically, like, these fighter jets that he's building don't need a runway. They can launch vertically. And it's just a drone that's also a fighter jet. And because there's no pilot, you save on weight, which means it saves on fuel. And it can do things aerobatically that a jet with a regular pilot can't do because, a pilot has to fight G-forces and things like that. And that's fucking cool as hell. So that kind of drone could be useful. So there also isn't 100 miles of sea between Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, so like boat drones is probably something Taiwan should look into. I don't know if that's your point, Topher, but that could work. My brother bought Micron at $84 and it sold at $1,000. Who knows if it will go to $10 or $2,000? I put $5,000 to ASML and it's worth $13,000 today. 160% game. ASML is more fundamental than MU. I don't know. I don't know what any of those stocks are, but I congratulate you on all your success, and making money is awesome. So good for you. And I don't mean to downplay what you're saying. Again, I'm not familiar with what these stocks or what these acronyms are. So Taiwanese who invest in sea drones and underwater drones. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying. Okay, so I've got an 80% on my poll. I have absolutely no idea what that means as far as I got 20 votes. Okay. I think that's enough. Let's just play it. We'll watch it. It's 10 minutes long. I hope that's not too long for you guys. But I thought it was interesting. Other interesting, it's only got 45,000 views in 3 days. And a title like this, you'd think would get a ton of views.
When it comes to Taiwan, the question isn't, are they able to defend themselves against China? The question is, will they? Can they defend themselves against an invasion? Now, I've spent many months in Taiwan, off and on, doing some work as an instructor, training up some different guys, learning about the culture, experiencing the different parts of it, the urban terrain, the mountainous terrain. And I'm here to tell you, they can and they will resist against China.
So that's already interesting, because he's not someone who's debating whether or not an invasion will happen. He's saying it will happen. I'm pretty sure is what he's saying there. Whereas like people like Topher and I who live here put our lives, we're betting our lives on the fact that it won't happen. So that's already quite different from how I see things. Prezi, can you do a video on Taiwan? What? All my videos are on Taiwan. Fiber optic drones changed the game. Not relevant anymore. See Southern Lebanon. Fiber optic drones, they have 10-kilometer plus fiber spools. Yeah, but the problem with that is that they get caught up in shit, right? It's a physical length. And also, it creates drag, so I don't think the drone can fly as far. ASLM makes the high-end CPUs, manufacturing equipment pretty close to monopoly, and MU makes the memory. Oh, okay. So that kind of seems like a smart investment if they have a fucking monopoly on computer chips. Anyways, back to the video.
What are the different considerations? And I've got to say, I get asked this a lot by people, and not only Americans who are directly involved in the defense of Taiwan if something were to happen, but the Taiwanese people who ask me, do I think that we could be like Ukraine, stand up against this aggressive nation? And my answer always is, I am seeing the lead up of what happened in Ukraine before the full-scale invasion here in Taiwan. I'm seeing the civilians prepare. I'm seeing them train by themselves. I'm seeing that although it is divided 50-50 with how the response to China would be,
okay. I am not saying what he just said is untrue, but I'm saying I have a very different experience to him. He said he's seeing regular civilians. Let me not misquote him.
I'm seeing that although civilians prepare, I'm seeing of what happened in Ukraine before the full-scale invasion here in Taiwan. I'm seeing the civilians prepare. I'm seeing them train by themselves. I'm seeing that
Okay, that part. He's seeing civilians train by themselves. I have a different experience. I have never seen civilians fucking train for an invasion by themselves. I've seen first aid classes, you know, drills like every year we have the invasion drill, like once a year, but it's not like extensive. I don't know that people are, again, could be wrong. This is just my experience. I'm just not, I think when he says it, it kind of sounds like the whole country, lots of civilians are like enrolling in these programs to prepare for an invasion. And that most people aren't. Like when me and Topher and Ku and all them did the military challenge, that you can do that if you want to. You can pay that company money
to go and train like we did. So a lot of people will do it as like a team building exercise. But I don't think it's that popular. So he's saying like, yeah, Taiwanese people can defend themselves because people are practicing for it. No, they're not. At least not in my opinion. And the other reason he says that, you know, he said that Taiwanese people are asking him, can we be like Ukraine? Is because a lot of Taiwanese, a lot of people that go in for their like their mandatory military service, this is getting changed. This is getting fixed recently. But let's say before last year, the training in the Taiwanese military was a fucking joke. Like, it was, you know, cleaning the bathroom floor all day, every day. They learn nothing. They never fire a gun. It's a joke. But these days, from what I've heard, they've revamped the mandatory service training to where it's a little bit more substantial. So yeah, airsoft is super popular in Taiwan for a reason. Yeah, but how much does airsoft translate into actual like combat training? I imagine quite a bit, but I don't know. For sure. Do you know the Doo-Doo Men? They're really one of my favorite YouTubers. Both of them speak English and they're introducing Taiwan to foreigners. They actually made a few videos on this topic. Yeah, I like the Doo-Doo Men. They're pretty good. Civilians have duty only need to serve 4 months. Yeah. Sorry, I meant do a video on Taiwan's East Coast Oceanside. It looks like a nice place to retire if you're not a big city person. Yeah, fantastic place to retire if you're not a big city person. There's not a lot to do, but it is really pretty there. The only thing I would be concerned with is like earthquakes, like in typhoons. Like Hualien gets fucking smacked every so once in a while, but super beautiful place. Only learned the basic discipline in my own experience. Yeah. But again, it's changed, right? Like, I think they've revamped the training. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard.
Although it is divided 50-50 with how the response to China would be, it could be very similar. And although I don't know the whole sociological reasons for the people rising up against an aggressive nation and standing side by side with people of different political leanings, the end thing is that they do. They oftentimes do. Ukraine united, all of Europe united behind Ukraine, and still is. When I speak about my time with the Kurds, it wasn't just Kurds, it was Arabs, it was Yazidis, it was all sorts of different peoples with different religions, different languages, different identities. They didn't like each other until there was one enemy that they could stand shoulder to shoulder and fight against, ISIS. But as you know, it's more nuanced.
Considering
First consideration I want to mention is the tactical environment. How defendable is Taiwan? Well, I'll tell you what, there was a planned operation by the US back in World War II when Taiwan was...
I'm just going to skip over this part. That was a planned operation after World War II to take Taiwan, and they said no because Taiwan was way too defensible and it was impossible to invade back then.
Top down, it's extremely defendable. And they start with the beaches, which China would have to go 100 kilometers to. And once you get there, it's rice fields for a couple kilometers until it's dense urban terrain. It is just so defendable. All the subway systems, all the tunnel networks that were dug by the Japanese, it is a tactical disaster when it comes to planning out an invasion of Taiwan.
That's true. Like, before you even get into the mountains, it's mostly plains and rice fields. I'm not sure how that matters in a battlefield situation because I'm not a soldier, but... I like Sivdiv, but the fact that he fought with the Kurds makes me question his intelligence a little. I don't know anything about the Kurds.
So many things have
I just like the cheese.
to go right. Now, the only problem is kind of obvious looking at it from a map, is it's small. It is not a large country. You can go from a high-speed rail down to Kaohsiung from Taipei in a couple hours, if that. It is not a very big country, but the mountains are what gives it the real length, okay? Because you have to go up and down them. It takes a lot of time to go and clear out all the mountains. When the Americans were planning to take Formosa back in the day, they wanted to start from Kaohsiung on the southern end and then spread across on the western coast, only the western coast. They were going to let the mountains reside the rest of the resistance fighters of the Japanese. They were going to let them have that because they knew it was impossible. Even with over 500,000 troops on the ground operating in there. They were going to use it as an air base. That was the...
Yeah, he's saying, you know, like, the Americans are just going to let the Japanese have the mountains because it's impossible to, like, live there and hold it for so long because of logistics. Today, and this is back then, today, I don't know that that would be an option, especially having spent time with those special forces guys, because those guys are for fucking real. Like they're the business. They're the type of people that you could drop into the mountains with nothing, no clothes, no food. They'll find a way to survive and then find a way to kill you. Like these people, and a lot of them are Aboriginal as well. So they grew up in the mountains and they are different fucking people to me. Like they're just able to do shit that I fucking can't do. So I wonder if that tactic would even work in the modern day.
The only purpose, World War II. So yeah, it's a difficult environment. So the problem with the defenders is that although they would have the mountains to get back to if there was an invasion on the western end and it was taken over, they wouldn't have much room to move back or fall back. Once you fall back into the mountains, logistics is nearly impossible unless you do it by foot. It's going to take days. It's very exhausting. It's jungle terrain. Landfalls, there's cliffs, there's typhoons, all sorts of stuff. It doesn't make infantry life very easy, especially resistance over years to come if it's prolonged. So they would have to stand their ground. They would have to have enough indirect fire assets as well as drones in order to keep them off the beach. Because once they're on the beach and they get a foothold, it's gonna be a bit tough. They can't take a step back. They're very easily going to be fixed because it's a small country. When I fly from Manila, Philippines, it only takes 30 minutes to go from Kaohsiung right along the coastline to Taipei. 30-minute flight. And that's on a jetliner. So think about just how easy the Chinese air assets would be able to operate on a moment's notice anywhere on the island. Not accounting for the manpads and all the problems they would have to run into. I mean, there's a reason that Russia has not been able to fly a jet over unoccupied Ukraine for the last 4.5 years. It's because of what happened on the week 1 when all their VDV was shot out of the sky. The next one, all right? The next thing that you have to consider is saboteurs. When I talk to my Taiwanese friends,
the saboteurs thing. I mean, yeah, he talks about how there's a lot of Chinese people living in Taiwan, and they would sabotage like Taiwanese assets and stuff. But it works both ways, Like I'm sure Taiwan has a ton of saboteurs in China as well.
Wants a Chinese invasion. They don't want to be part of the CCP. They want to have their own independence and democracy. But that is a bit nuanced. 50% of the population wants a very strong, independent Taiwan. In simple terms, they frame it a little bit different. They speak about it a little bit different, but that's pretty much what they want. But the other 50% don't want to enrage China, all right? So there's a political battle, not only in domestic policy, but also international policy and geopolitics just 100 kilometers across the strait. So it's a very complicated matter, and that's what China is leaning on. They don't want to invade Taiwan. They know it's going to be an absolute catastrophe. So their easiest route is to use their very strong propaganda efforts and all the different apps that both Taiwanese people and the mainlanders use in order to make the politics sway in their direction and then slowly encroach on their identity, just like they did in Hong Kong. So
that is true, and what I think will most likely happen rather than an invasion. I don't think China will invade. I think that they will do what he just said. By the way, what we're looking at right now is Xi Jinping with the leader of the KMT, who is, I'm convinced, is compromised. I can't remember if I did a poll on one of the last live streams, but she is basically a puppet. I don't know that for a fact, but I mean, looking at some of the things she does and says, it's like there's no way you're on Taiwan's side, Anyways.
So the politics continue to be one of the most important battles that's happening right now that has to be taken care of. Now the next one, morale. Do I see the Taiwanese people being able to resist against a Chinese invasion? That would certainly look horrific. Yes, I do. I think that the whole society approach of defense is being taken up in different ways. The society is prepared. Although not everybody is a fighter, I wouldn't even consider myself a fighter anymore. I'm a drone engineer. A lot of people see it that way as well. They live their lives. They just want to be able to go to work, come back, have a stable income, have a family, and go out and have vacation. That's all people really want. So when a war comes, morale is always a question. But they are planning for this. The government is actively handing out pamphlets on what to do during an invasion, during different emergency crises. You have
I don't have one of those books. I've seen them, but I don't have one.
go bag necessities. You have the straight answer of here's what's going to happen during military aggression. How can we resist against that? How do you take cover? They're readying the population. If an invasion happens and the people don't know what they're supposed to do, well, that's no good. That's when people try and leave. They try and flee. They start panicking, and the politics goes the other direction. Nobody's ready for war. War just comes. So to be ready, to have booklets like this, to be training them on FPVs, on CQB tactics, I see them forming the start of a TDF force inside of Taiwan. Not the actual government, but the people are readying themselves. You know, that's kind of how it was before the full-scale invasion.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that Taiwanese people are doing that. I could be wrong. He has more insight on it than I do because he's surrounded by military people, but I have never seen anything like that.
Right. Women, men, I've had teachers, firefighters, active military, veterans. I've had all sorts of different people attend this class, businessmen, politicians, attend these classes, trying to learn more about this, ready themselves. And that's what I'm looking at when I think of the morale. All right, because nobody's ready for war, but if I see some of the populace readying themselves that can take that experience back to their communities, if anything were to happen, well, I think that's going to make a big difference during a potential invasion. And the last thing is the budget, the military, the political battle of getting enough money to fund the weapon systems that they need. All right, not just the contract stuff that are being shoved down their throats by the U.S., making them buy Anduril and Palantir and all these very expensive stuff that's hard to negotiate between the two parties that hold executive on one end and parliament on the other. It's just like us. It's difficult to pass through budgets. And it's even more so if it's very expensive equipment. So my hope is that FPVs are going to be introduced more. I hope that they stop cutting it out of budgets and just take them seriously. That's the road to freedom, and that's what's going to keep them alive. I think that's a very unique tool that they have, and if their manufacturing can keep up, if their military can keep up and their bureaucracy steps aside and they let the people innovate, think up different plans to defend their country, I think it's nearly impossible to successfully invade Taiwan. Now,
I have a funny feeling he's selling classes to governments on drone warfare. Which is why he's saying that kind of stuff. But yeah, the video is basically over. There was another part I suppose I skipped over. I didn't want to make you guys watch the whole thing because it's kind of boring just sitting here watching me watch another video. But he was talking about how, like, drones wouldn't really be used as FPVs. They would be used as like napalm. Like dropping napalm on the jungle. But I also don't think that would work either. Because you would need a shitload of napalm to take out how, dense and just wet the jungle is, And that you can't drop that much from a drone. They both look like freaking AI, yeah. Taiwanese voting for KMT is like chicken voting for KFC. I think the word you're looking for is traitor. You need proof of address to get one. Oh, really? Do you have a bug out bag? Should have Topher rate what's in your bag if you have one. 2 cup noodles, a scooter raincoat, a battery. He's all set. Yeah, exactly. That's all I got. I don't have an emergency bag or anything like that. I did take Topher to a military surplus store and we talked about not a bug out bag specifically, but we looked for, we looked through the store and we said you could only take 5 items during an invasion. What would you take? It was kind of a piss take. It was funny. I mean, he took it seriously. He had some great advice. And that was kind of interesting. But no, I don't have an emergency bag. I should have one. Like everyone in Japan, I think, is required to have one in their car because they're basically waiting for an earthquake that will level Tokyo. So I think I don't know if they're required, but I'm pretty sure they're required. Everyone is required to have an emergency bag in their car, and I should have one in Taiwan, but I don't know anyone else that has one. I'm also not like trained medically, so I don't really know what I would even put. Sitting in Berlin eating Taiwanese sweet potato chips and watching YouTube with our boy Prozzy. Nice. Sweet potato chips. Hello, Berlin. Yeah, Berlin seems kind of cool. I meet a lot of Berlin people. It's an interesting part of Germany because they hate Bavarians and Bavarians hate Berliners. Or something like that. I don't know. They've got that like big city complex where everyone in Germany thinks Berliners are a certain way. I don't know.
Anyways, yeah, that was that video. It was a lot more interesting when I watched it the first time, and now I'm just realizing, yeah, it was okay. But I thought maybe I'd get your guys' opinion on some of those points, but I have a funny feeling people don't care. I think when it comes down to it, people kind of get tired of talking about the invasion, which is what happens in Taiwan. You know, that's why if you come to Taiwan, like Taiwanese people don't really have much to say on it usually. Not everybody, but usually people don't have much to say about it because they got tired of talking about it. That's true. I'm from Bavaria and I live in Berlin. Oh shit. Yeah, because I think, isn't it like most of Germany hates Bavarians because, not hates, but it's like most of the cultural exports that Germany has is actually just Bavarian stuff, like the sausages and the beer and the funny outfits and like Oktoberfest, like that's all Bavarian stuff and has nothing to do with the rest of Germany. I don't know if that's right. I think I remember a German friend telling me that a while ago. Hey, Brazzy, you are right. I don't think most of Taiwanese people are prepared for war. I mean, no one is ever really prepared for war, right? So, I mean, I can't blame them, but I don't think, my only point wasn't that they're not prepared. I think it's just like they're not actively preparing, which I'm not saying is a bad or good thing. He said that like regular civilians are out there practicing for an invasion, and I'm saying they're not. Or at least I'm not seeing them. Like when I go outside, I don't see people doing drills, right? Every time an earthquake hits, what are we all trained to do? Not trained to do, what are we all supposed to do? You're supposed to take the stairs and walk out of the building. I've been in like some pretty fucking severe earthquakes in my time in Taiwan. I have never once seen a Taiwanese person exit a building. Like no one, they're so, I don't know if complacent is the word, because that sounds kind of negative, but they're just so climatized to disaster that they just don't even react to things that would make your average Western person freak out. You're pretty good informed about Germany. I mean, I've met a bunch of Germans. I wouldn't say I'm very well informed, but yeah. Hate is the correct word for this feeling. And they say Germans aren't funny. As an Austrian, I support fellow Bavarians. Oh boy, I had no idea. Wow, I have a lot of Germans and Austrians in the chat. This is fun. Did you know the biggest Oktoberfest in the world that's outside of Germany is in Waterloo in Canada? And my family used to go every single year. They still go, just without me, because I live here. My cousins and my sister had the hat. We have our own thing in Canada for Oktoberfest that I think Germans don't have, I'm not really sure. But we get like a hat, like a German hat, and then you get a pin. I have my pin somewhere. I'm not gonna be able to find it. It's an Oktoberfest pin, and it shows the year you went. And so some people walk around with Oktoberfest with like dozens of pins because they've been going since forever. Ouch. And my cousin is like that. She's got loads of pins because she goes every year for Oktoberfest. And it's so much fucking fun because it's kind of a family thing. Like in the daytime, it's a family thing, right? They set up massive beer tents. And you can go with your family and there's good food and you sit and drink a ton of beer, or your parents drink beer if you're a kid, obviously. And there's games for kids and there's like strongman shows and it's just really fun. And then at nighttime, then it's more like adult stuff. It gets into like the proper parties and the drinking. And in the daytime, it was fun too because it's like they're singing and they do like the German songs and everyone knows the words and it's great. It was really fun. And the mascot, this is what I think is different. I don't think Germans have this mascot. I think it's different. It's called, let's say, Kitchener Waterloo Oktoberfest mascot. I can't remember his name. Prost or something? Uncle Hans, yeah. Uncle Hans! This is Uncle Hans. You can't see it, can you? Because it's on the wrong side of the... I'm kind of covering him, but... Yeah, that's Uncle Hans. And he's the best. And I don't know if Germans have that. But it's really fun. Because obviously for Canadians, like, we can't travel as much as Europeans can, because Canada's fucking massive. And it's not near anything. So we can't go anywhere, really. Especially if you're from where I'm from, and like Marco is from, that part of Canada. It's in the middle of Canada. So like to go to Germany to experience these things would be very expensive and would take a long time. And I also think that this part of Canada, I'll show you. Again, we're back to fucking Google Maps. In Kitchener-Waterloo, this is where my grandparents live. It's also where... well, I shouldn't dox anyone. But anyways, it's where everyone's grandparents live, really. It's kind of an old people town. Kingston, it's past Kingston, past Toronto. Kitchener-Waterloo, this part. It's a nice little town, nice little city. It's cool. I don't know where the downtown part is. It's where my grandparents live. And I guess there's a shitload of Germans there. It looks kind of shitty in this picture. Holy shit! No way! No, it isn't. Is it? This was my grandparents' apartment building in the 90s, I think. This top floor is a pool. You can see this from the highway. That can't be right. There's no way I just dropped straight into my grandparents' house in the 90s. I've been looking for it forever on Google Maps, because I can't quite remember where they used to live. That was fucking weird. No way. Anyways, I can't find the downtown part of it, but it's lovely. I shouldn't say lovely. It's fine. It's nice. And there's a lot of Germans there, I guess. Not German Germans, but like German heritage. I don't know. And so they have a huge Oktoberfest, and it's really fun. It's really great. That's so funny. Hate is a good word for that. An earthquake emergency is more likely than an invasion. The emergency bag is more for that. Yeah, for... Excuse me. Fuck. Yeah, you're right. The China threat is the first and only topic most people come up with when you mention Taiwan. Quite annoying, actually. Yeah, exactly. That's why most videos like devolve into that, or live streams. During earthquake seasons, you'd have to go out of your bed 10 times a week if you were following official advice. They don't happen that frequently. It's like Canada Fest in Taipei. Kind of, yeah. But not. Oktoberfest in Canada... I shouldn't insult them because they did invite me to their press conference and all that, but Oktoberfest in Canada is so much bigger than Canada Fest in Taipei and so much more fun. Drills for earthquake is quite useless, especially when you live in higher layer floors. Yeah, if you live in like a massive building and that thing goes down, you're fucked. It doesn't matter what you do. We only get liver problems from Oktoberfest. You know what the other thing I heard about Germans? I don't know if this is true, but a German friend told me about this. If you work in like a factory in Germany, they have beer at work. Like you're supposed to drink beer or something like that. It's something like they have like a beer, like a beer budget that they give their workers to drink through their shift. And so many people in Germany have seriously impressive beer guts. Like full circular, like a fucking sphere gut. But I don't know if that's true. That sounds really made up. Waterloo in Canada's funny in and itself, but Oktoberfest there makes it sound like a Europe spaceship. Kind of is, yeah. Isn't Oktoberfest just an excuse for adults to get drunk? I don't think it's something to brag about. I don't even know what the actual reason for Oktoberfest. When me and my family went, it was definitely an excuse for them to get drunk. 100%. But that doesn't mean it wasn't fun for us as kids, you know? They had these pretzels, these bread pretzels that were amazing. I loved going as a kid. I don't drink now, but I would still go as an adult because it's fun. Military stuff aside, if China took over, would you want to live in Taiwan if it was like HK or Macau? Probably not. I have a bunch of, I won't call them friends, but acquaintances. Like I just met 2 guys from Hong Kong last night that live here, and they do not paint a pretty picture of Hong Kong. You know, there used to be like alleyways full of shops that had been there for 60 years, you know, maybe like a watch repair shop. And then next to that was like a, you know, a leather shop. And then next to that was like a sewing, you know, the words are not coming out of my mouth properly, you know, people who fix clothes, that type of thing. And like all of that is wiped out now. For whatever reason, it's like all of that kind of thing is just gone in Hong Kong now. So they just don't paint a good picture. So I probably wouldn't. That's a really wild, yeah. What the hell? Never seen Uncle Hans. Yeah. I think it's only a Canadian Oktoberfest thing. We all have an Uncle Hans, but we're certainly not that Uncle Hans. We have burnt das Brot. I do not speak German. I have never taken German classes. I am going to butcher. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? That is nightmare fuel. That's not real. What? Burnt das Brot. Yeah, I've never taken German classes. I don't speak German. I can't do the accent, so I'll butcher everything in German. So pardon my horrible accent. That is not fucking real. What is this? Can you see? Am I in the way? Look at this mug. Dude, Germans are different, right? Like that's why they had Hansel and Gretel and the Grimm brothers. What is that? The scary ass shit that they sell to kids. Oh, Oliver, what's his tits did a thing on it. I've never seen this. Holy shit. What is he? Is he just like Uncle Hans, but freaky? Kitchener used to be called Berlin. Really? Drills for air attack is basically tell you to find cover and not loitering on the street. It doesn't require a drill to learn. Most of that is someone will tell you where to go and manage transportation. Yeah. Most of the drills, are just that. You just go into like a parking garage under a building and hide. Yes, beer while work was a thing until 5 to 10 years ago. Audi workers, e.g., example. Wow. Yeah, nothing wrong with beer at work. I get wine with my cousin on his lunch break. But I don't think, from what I heard, it wasn't like, a glass of wine at lunch. It was like they're properly drinking beer at work, which sounds amazing. Thank you for Googling Bertas Brot. He is perfect. Yeah, look at this face. In German, this is perfect. How do you say perfect in German? He is that. That's hilarious. I think I would get along quite well with Germans. I like their demeanor quite a bit. They're fucking funny people, by the way. There's a stereotype that Germans don't have a sense of humor. Every time, I usually just meet Germans like 1 or 2 times at the pub, and then I never see them again. A lot of them are like engineers and things like that, so they're only in Taiwan temporarily. They say the darkest, funniest shit ever. Like super dark. Like there's no... I have a buddy, he's Dutch, And someone, I don't know who, made like a Nazi joke, and he was and this friend is like quite a positive, happy-go-lucky Dutch guy, very energetic, and everyone laughed at the Nazi joke, and he kind of like, oh, you know, he wasn't morally grandstanding or anything, but he kind of didn't laugh, and he looked a little like didn't know what to do with it, you know? And I asked him, I was like, well, are you okay? Like, you look a little, and he's like, no, just in my country, we don't really joke about that kind of thing. And I was like, that makes sense. My German friends or acquaintances love a good dark joke like that. And they say these jokes like deadpan. Like they don't, I'll tell you the story. It's not that funny when I tell it, but at the time I cried, I laughed so hard. It was me, Alan, and this German guy at the pub. This is back when I was drinking, and he was making fun of me for being Canadian. Alan was making fun of me for being Canadian, whatever. And so I thought I'll make fun of him for being German. So of course I told a Nazi joke, as you do. And he didn't laugh. And he had a very serious look on his face. And I was like, oh fuck. I kind of forgot he was German for a second, right? And I just realized what kind of joke I told. And I was so embarrassed. Like I felt really bad because I don't know. It's like something in Canada, we don't really care, right? Like, whatever. I mean, most people don't care. I shouldn't say most people. I don't know. I'm a dick. Whatever. And so I stopped smiling, and I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, any offense, you know. I didn't know the guy. Like, he wasn't really my friend. Like, we had met, I think, once before, and we were drinking together. I didn't really know him that well, so I shouldn't have said that joke, and I felt terrible. And he's like, no, it's fine. Like, honestly, it's okay. It's just, it's kind of a hard topic for me to talk about because, you know, my family lost our grandfather in the war. And I was like, fuck, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was like, my bad. I shouldn't have said the joke. And he was like, yeah, he got drunk and fell off his watchtower. I should have seen that joke coming. I didn't. And I laughed so hard, I cried for like 45 minutes. I thought it was so funny. And he delivered that joke with no smile. No, it was just so deadpan. He laughed after, but it was so, the way he said it in his accent, like the way I said it wasn't that funny because I'm not telling the joke as well as he did. Holy shit, it was funny. And he got me good too. I thought I like really offended him. He played it up so well. I laughed so fucking hard. But again, I don't know if that's all Germans. I'm sure there's some cunty Germans out there too. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's perfect. Am I saying it right? Burnt das Brot is peak German culture. It's even depressive. Yeah, honestly, God, it's the most German thing I've ever said. Uncle Hans is going to give me nightmares. This isn't Uncle Hans. This is burnt das Brot? Brut? I don't know how to pronounce it. Don't get canceled now. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Probably you'd have a struggle. Germans want you to be fit for polite company. What does that mean? Fit for polite company. Speaking of Oktoberfest, how is the beer in Taiwan? Mostly macro stuff, or is there craft brew scene? Yeah, there's some micro brew. Yeah, there's a craft brew. Beer in Taiwan. Okay, so Taiwanese people typically like lighter tasting beers. So like Taiwan beer, for example, I didn't really like that much. I didn't dislike it. I just thought it was like, like it wasn't great. It tastes like a Bud Light or a Coors Light with some like preservatives in it or something. It tastes like a not very well made Coors Light. You know, like a Coors Light's a light beer, right? Like my family loved drinking Coors Light. We would You know, if it was like Thanksgiving or Christmas or something and the whole family is at my grandparents' house in Kitchener, we would drink all day long, like from the moment we woke up, just sipping Coors Light. That's kind of what like Taiwan beer is like a little bit, kind of, but with a higher alcohol percentage. I don't know. But the reason they like that kind of flavor is because Taiwan is so fucking hot, right? So they want like a refreshing, light tasting beer. But I just found Taiwan beer didn't have like the crisp, cold flavor that I like. You know, that I love Asahi, a Japanese beer, or Orion. Japanese beer for me is fucking fantastic. Orion has that like crisp, like when you crack open a can of Orion and it's got that like fucking, oh, I love it. Taiwan beer lacked that for me. But they do have like Taihu. Taihu is a microbrewery here. They got one in Taipei. Might even have two in Taipei, I'm not sure. And they have one here in Taichung. I like going there because they make really good smash burgers. And their beer is like okay, but it's really expensive, like it usually is at craft brew places. They have that. Jiangmen is another one. They're okay. Yeah. Bar beer is, I think, Taiwanese. I'm not even sure, but it tastes like shit. I don't like that at all. 18 days, yeah. Sabatian 18 days is okay. I would always drink 18 days at Ruetao. Oh yeah, you just said it, yeah. So stir fry is like a Ruetao restaurant. I would drink, because again, they don't serve them in bottles like how we would in the West. 18 days usually comes in like a rather large bottle, and then they pour them up into little cups. The other thing I don't like about Taiwan beer is that oftentimes they put ice cubes. Taiwanese people drink beer a little weird. Not weird, just different. I don't have a glass to show you, but it's like a tiny glass. It's almost like, it's like a little bit bigger than a shot glass, and that's how they drink their beer. And I don't like that so much. And then oftentimes they put ice in that glass, and I don't like ice in my beer because then it makes it watery. So, yeah. How much money did the Taiwanese beer industry lose because you stopped drinking? A lot of money. I certainly saved a lot. It's the reason I can live so frugally now. Like I have very little income, but because I don't drink, I'm able to live like this. But yeah, I imagine I put a few bars out of business, for sure. Fuck, I used to love to drink. God damn. Now, if I want to get that like crispy feeling, I'll drink Heineken non-alcoholic. It's not great, but it's got a beer taste and it's not bad. But I used to fucking love drinking. Every video I made, pretty much, I was drunk. Either when I shot it or when I edited it, did it, or both. I used to drink like a motherfucker. Yeah. This thing is nuts. Is he like an Oktoberfest mascot? He's a puppet character, star mascot, and pop cultural icon of the German television channel KIKA. Okay. Currently featured on the programs Burnt das Brot, Bravo Burnt, and Kika Late Night Pop Program. So it's a TV show? Well, fuck, I kind of have to watch that now. In Canada, we had Monsieur Anana. I've showed that before. English subtitles, okay. Bro, what the fuck? His hands? I didn't even notice he had hands.
Mist. Die Kika Lounge. Entspannt pur die ganze Nacht. Mit ihrem Chillout-Coach Bernd das Brot.
Bitte was?
Die Kika Lounge. Entspannung pur die ganze Nacht. Mit ihrem Chillout-Coach Bernd das Brot.
Vergesst es. Ich mach doch hier nicht die ganze Nacht über das Hampelbrot.
Fernsehen und
He's bread? Is that what he is? Is Brot bread? Are we going to discuss Taiwan, or is it only Germany things? We could talk about Taiwan. I just so happened to have a handful of Austrians and Germans in the chat, and they were telling me about this fella who's fucking nightmare fuel for children. And I'm interested in German things, kind of. Oh, Brot is bread. Okay. How do you pronounce it? I'm probably saying it wrong. Usually, let's just slap this into Google Translate. We're gonna go German. Where the fuck is German? Here it is. So I'm getting criticized for my switching topics. People are like, I don't want to talk about the stock market. I don't want to talk about
Bernd das Brot.
Bernd das Brot.
Bernd das Brot.
Brot. Hilarious. Yeah, just use Google Translate. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I also had, you know what I also didn't realize, by the way? I saw this on r/Taiwan. Family Mart changed their jingle. This is peak content. That's what it used to be in Taiwan, right? That's how I remember it.
Taiwan.
Yeah, now they got that long-ass jingle. A funny joke I do with my Taiwanese people is every time they walk into the door, I like say that jingle. There you go, we're back on Taiwan topics. So, fret not, Meradas friend. So you sound German. Das Fred. What? What, did they change it again? Isn't this it? Isn't this it? Do. Isn't that it now? I can't imagine working there having to hear it every 15 seconds. Dude, I'm the exact same way. I do not get it at all. Like, how do they not want to shoot themselves in the fucking head hearing that over and over and over and over and over again? Every time someone comes into your convenience store, you got to hear that goddamn thing. I'm never on Reddit. I don't even, like, what do people talk about on Reddit? I just had it open because I'm doing the stream and I thought, I don't know, maybe there'd be something interesting. But it's just like random pictures of Cat Island and Green Island. Like, it's not all that interesting. It's just photos. Anyone from Yundong? Yeah, like, what is all this? What is this? Absolute Cinema. Oh, but this is... Holy shit! Got rear-ended by a BMW. That fucking scared me. This is such a stupid conversation. The guy who was on the scooter was like, I'm going left. Can't you see I'm going left? The guy standing up was like, I'm going straight. I love the lack of concern. Like, you just fucking annihilated someone with your BMW, and you're not like trying to make sure he's okay. You're just berating him. But I don't understand why this is absolute cinema. Are they gonna fight? High Life changed their thing too? I didn't know that. I never really go to High Life. Oh, he's beating the fuck out of someone! Why some more? Oh, I think he's gonna knock that dude clean out. This is surprising. Dude, that cop needs to be a little bit more assertive. What the fuck? That is very rare for Taiwan. I've never seen a fist fight ever in Taiwan. I've seen people scream at each other and holler at each other and argue. I have never seen an actual fist fight break out at all. That's shocking. The only time, like, I remember I went to Korea. My ex-girlfriend was Korean. And so I went to Korea to, like, meet her family and stuff. And we went out drinking. And I saw these two Koreans fighting. And one of them got on top of the other one and was just beating this dude's face in. And no one was, like, doing anything, as per usual in Asia, right? If you see two people arguing, most people aren't going to get involved. They'll just kind of pretend it didn't happen, or they'll just like watch it, you know? I was like, dude, if no one steps in, he's going to kill him. Because it's like, they're just outside. The guy's got his head bouncing off the concrete, just getting his face smashed in. Both of them are fucking hammered. I think eventually they stopped. But I was like, fuck, man, Koreans are nuts. Taiwanese people don't usually fist fight. But yeah, I love how this cop just casually strolls up to a fist fight. Like, dude, you're gonna have to, like... The guy on the right got the shit kicked out of him. What is this cop doing? Is he a cop at all? Like... Oh, the cop doesn't even know there was an accident. He said thanks. I don't... I don't understand why those two guys were fighting. One of the guys is like totally unrelated. How did that fight happen? They're just arguing over here. But who is he? He's just like some guy, and then they started beating the shit out of each other. That's wild. Let it cook, yeah. If there aren't solid Good Samaritans laws... Oh, if there aren't Good Samaritan laws, I get not intervening. Yeah, for sure. In many places, trying to help out or defuse will get you in trouble. That's true. That's why in China, like, nobody will help you if you're really in trouble, because they'll get sued, basically. The BMW guy swung at the guy in blue. Oh, really? Why? But then again, there's a difference. Like, I feel like a Taiwanese person will swing, but kind of purposely miss you. You know, to say maybe they'll try to goad you into attacking them. Did he swing first? You can't really see who swung first. But he is losing this fight badly. He just gets sat down right there. Gets sat down again. Wait, he's so confused. He's like, what the fuck? That's hilarious. It's hard to see in the video, but online there was another video with a different angle. Oh, okay, I see, yeah. Wow, okay. I hope r/Taiwan is this fucking entertaining for all of it. God damn. I don't know. I don't really feel like going through Reddit. I should have picked these out ahead of time. Because otherwise, we're just going to be looking at random shit. Like, this person's just taking pictures of the side of the building and then putting it on Reddit. People like this. I make videos. Saw a naked man at Gaomei wetlands. What? Went with my family to Taichung, decided to see Gaomei. Walking through the platform, there was a guy in a female swimsuit taking pictures of himself. A few minutes later, he was butt naked. Weirdly enough, everyone seemed to completely ignore him. Minutes later, I saw a guy in a furry suit taking pics and thought that was weird. I don't think I'll visit Taichung again. What? I mean, I guess they're not hurting anybody. Sorry about that. The swimsuit starts to chafe really bad after a while. Forgot my baby oil at home. That's funny. I don't believe you until I see evidence. Yeah, I kind of half don't believe that either. Just a Tuesday in Seattle. Good Lord. Cross-dressing uncles, naked uncles, furry uncles. I have never seen that before. This person says, were you expecting a public reaction? It says, reaction crossed out, erection. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Anyways. Yeah. So we got a little bit of time before I'll, I guess, end the stream. Because it is still Father's Day in Canada, and I shall have to call my father. But yeah. Did you get caught, Prosy? Yeah. Pixar didn't happen? Yeah. Yeah, you know, I love going down to Gaomei wetlands. Even just general. Did you guys watch my review of Taichung where I went to Gaomei Wet? I thought that video was really funny. It didn't really get that many views because nobody cares about Taichung. But I thought it was hilarious. But I always make fun of Gaomei wetlands because it's just wet land. So like, why would you go there? I don't get it. But yeah. I thought it was funny. I had another thing I wanted to talk about, Tom, but I can't really remember. Jesus Christ, these ads autoplay. That's so annoying. How about this? Agree or disagree? Start up another poll. Okay. People in Taiwan that have huskies should be taken out back and shot. Let me get your opinion on this, chat, as the kids say. I've only recently rediscovered your channel with the prior stream. Oh, okay, nice. Glad to have you, Bash T. Yeah, so my poll question is, do you think people in Taiwan that have huskies should be taken out back and shot? The reason I asked this, I can't remember if I talked about this on a stream or not, is that we've already talked earlier about the weather in Taiwan, right? And how it's ridiculously hot, like it was 46 degrees Celsius. Huskies are dogs, right? Yes, dogs, the dog. Huskies or what's that big ass white dog? Pomeranians or whatever. They're like giant dog. I don't know. Anyways. Earlier in the stream, we talked about how like Taiwan's hot as fuck, right? Like 46 degrees Celsius with the humidex. Just like bananasly hot. And then you look at a husky, and I don't think people that buy huskies understand what a husky is. We did talk about this on a stream, right? Didn't we? Very strong wording, but also yes. A chow chow? Is it a chow chow? What's that big ass white dog? Chow chow dog. That sounds racist. Yeah, this kind of, but white. What the fuck is a Pomeranian? Oh, no, not a Pomeranian. Those are tiny little dickhead dogs. Like if we look at what a husky is, right? Like what a husky does. Like, so dogs are bred, right, to do certain jobs. They have things that they're naturally good at because of the way that we breed them, right? A husky is bred to run in sub-zero temperatures for a really long fucking time while hauling a sled with a human and all their gear on it. And they will haul ass all day and all night and not stop, really. Like they literally piss and shit while running, right? They have unbelievable stamina, unbelievable amounts of energy, and don't honestly make great pets, usually, unless you have a ton of land. They also have coats of fur that allows them to sleep in the snow, right? It's like sometimes a problem with husky owners in the West that live in like Canada or Minnesota, where their neighbors will call the police because they see their neighbor's dog sleeping outside in the snow, not realizing that, like, you know, provided it's not minus fucking 50 degrees or something, huskies can sleep in the snow. Like, no problem, they can sleep in the snow. And neighbors call the police thinking the dog is being left outside and neglected. And so that's what a husky is, right? An absolute fucking freak of nature that can survive in the Arctic. But because they're fucking adorable, people in Taiwan really like the way they look, and so they buy them, import them, or they'll buy them from a breeder who is already in Taiwan. And now you have this dog that's permanently walking around with a parka on, a winter coat, a thick winter coat, in 45 degree Celsius weather. And every time I see a husky or a dog like a husky, I feel so fucking bad for that dog, because it has to be absolute hell. Like, I already feel hot in Taiwan. I can't imagine if I was forced to wear like a winter parka all year round. And Taiwanese people live in an apartment, so they can't they can't run around like they do in their, you know, where they're supposed to live. Even people that live in America or Canada that have huskies as pets probably don't give them enough exercise. I mean, most dogs probably don't get enough exercise, right? But huskies especially have like a shitload of energy. And that's why if you have a neighbor or a friend that has a husky as a pet, it's probably the most annoying fucking dog you've ever met in your entire life, because they're bored out of their skulls. Because again, a husky is bred to haul ass through snow all day and all night. And you've got it like locked up in your house as this like cute thing to look at. And it's even worse in Taiwan. And then if you do try and give them the exercise that they require in Taiwan, the dog is just going to die of heat stroke. Because, of course it will. And the other thing that people don't understand about dogs, I only just recently learned this actually, heat stroke in dogs doesn't work the same as heat stroke does in humans. Thank you for the super sticker, Bash T. 20 euros? Pounds? I should really figure out what the fucking symbols are. Again, I'm dumb, but I appreciate that. That's going to my AC bill, so thank you. I can finally sleep comfortably tonight. Anyways, heat stroke doesn't work the same way in people as it does in dogs. Because dogs can't really sweat, they have a much harder time getting rid of excess heat. Whereas with people, if you get heat stroke, you can recover, right? Drink water, get into AC, you'll have a headache, you'll feel dizzy, it sucks, but you'll be fine. Unless, it gets bad. But you've got time to recover. If a dog gets heat stroke, it's pretty much fucking dead. There's no moment, there's no grace period like people have. And if you watch videos of, I call it my AC bill because it's the only thing really taking up electricity, or a significant amount of electricity. You can watch videos, I mean, don't, because it's heartbreaking, but dogs, when they get heat stroke, don't show any like symptoms. Now, I mean, they do show symptoms, but by the time those symptoms show, you're fucked. It's done. It's over with. And it happens a lot more often than you might think. Especially because dogs, I think, if I've got this right, a lot of their way of getting rid of heat in their bodies could be through their paws, right? And so if you're walking your dog on a hot day, their paws are on that hot ground, and your feet aren't because you're wearing fucking shoes, right? And so when a dog gets heat stroke to the moment it dies from heat stroke is very short. Like you have a very limited amount of time to get your dog to recover from heat stroke. It's not like people. If it looks like an E, it's a euro. Yeah, that makes sense. Cheers. And so I imagine huskies must have to go through that all the time. The GIFs look all so ugly. Holy yeah. Can I like set custom GIFs? Brother, I've seen people in Qatar with huskies. Qatar with 50 plus Celsius summer. See, that's fucking ridiculous, but I don't get that. How do they survive? Probably worst possible choice for an apartment dog in tropical climate, right? What up, Prozzy? Just got back from China in a couple months ago, thinking of visiting Taiwan at some point. Come on down, son. What are you wasting your time up in China for? Come on down here. Join the party. Getting a St. Bernard or an Alaskan Malamute in Taiwan would be pretty wild too. Yeah, I think those are maybe the dogs I'm thinking of. But yeah, I just don't get it. Like I went to this restaurant somewhere in the mountains and the restaurant owners had these two huskies. And I was like, and they had the AC on full blast, which was great because it was fucking hot out that day and I like the AC. And I was like, how do you walk your dogs? Like they're huskies, you can't possibly take them outside. And they're like, no, they stay in here all day, all night in the AC. And I was like, wow, you got some pretty fucking miserable dogs then. Super stickers are preset by YouTube. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to stick with ugly ass super stickers. Okay, so yeah, so that's my rant about huskies. Let's check the poll. End poll, 75% of you said yes, they should be taken out back and shot. Strong wording, I know. 24 votes. But I do think, I love dogs. I think people genuinely don't deserve them. I think they're perfect animals. And I think that owning a husky in a place like Taiwan is borderline animal abuse. I do. Qatar has rich people with AC on all day and dog treadmills. Okay. I've heard dogs fucking love dog treadmills though. I'll tell you what people in Taiwan don't have is dog treadmills. I've never seen a dog treadmill in Taiwan. That's not to say they don't have them. I've just never seen them in Taiwan. I think a dog treadmill is a great thing to have with a husky, though, because again, they're bred to run their fucking tits off, right? The 20 euros didn't register in the AC bill. Yeah, why not? What happened there? Maybe it's only tracking super chats and not super stickers. I'm not sure. Just get a cat. Cats are cool. I like cats. I like dogs more than cats. But I like cats. Cats are cool as fuck. My friend Gloria has a cat. She treats that cat like a fucking god. She treats it like her child. And she leaves her AC on in her apartment all day, even when she's at work, just for her cat. And I keep telling her, like, dude, cats are for fucking Egypt. I think they like the heat, don't they? Where do you go to meet friends in Taiwan? Chuckle cheese anime. Fuck, man, you're asking the wrong guy. I don't have fucking friends. We teach the children. Nice. Stephen Blay, what's up? 7352. Finally, you made it. Dogs shouldn't be pets for anyone, anywhere. What is wrong with the human race that people now work around carrying bags of dog poop after their little walk? Working dogs are amazing. You don't think dogs should be pets at all? You don't see, like, are there dogs? First of all, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. That'll extend the stream like it says at the bottom right. You don't see any dogs that seem to be quite happy as pets? Like, you know, if they're strays, they have to, like, survive, and that's a lot more difficult, you know? Because I think dogs genuinely love their owners. Am I reading it wrong? Yeah, where do you go to meet friends in Taiwan? Man, shit, at the bar? I don't know. Like, you know when you come home to your dog and it's just so excited to see you? Is the white stereotype still real? Like, Taiwanese only want to close to white and neglect other race? Not really. I mean, I've heard some of my Taiwanese friends that some Taiwanese people will date white people because it's kind of cool, like it elevates their status. Like especially Asian dudes, if they get a white girl, it like makes them look cool. But I've never met a Taiwanese person who really wanted to be friends with me just because I'm white. I don't think so anyway. Most Taiwanese people that I know don't give a fuck that I'm white. If dogs are not pets, they'll be wolves. Well, maybe back in the day, but that ship has sailed. Dogs will love anyone who gives them food. There is no love, it's transactional. I don't believe that. I'm sat in my garden listening to 3 of my neighbors' dogs having a barking competition. It'll probably go on to midnight, so no, bad pet choice for lots of people. But see, I think those dogs are probably just fucking bored, right? Like, most people, when they get dogs, I think don't understand the amount of work that goes into having them. Especially if you've got a big dog. Like, we used to have a chocolate lab. His name was Gaston. Because we adopted him from Quebec. My little sister was like my dad's favorite, obviously. And so she saw this dog and... We teach the children. Oh, wow. Let me hold that thought. Bashti, another 20 euros. I would be a horrible pet owner. I can't say no. And would overfeed them with treats and premium Kobe beef. Yeah, I mean, there's some dogs, dude, that you can feed them like full fucking things of beef and they'll gobble that shit up and it's perfectly fine. But that's mostly like working dogs. I'm talking like jacked farm dogs, you know, like dogs that fuck up goats and sheep and shit. But I know what you mean. It's hard not to give dogs treats because they're so fucking adorable. But yeah, we had this dog named Gaston, and my sister begged my dad to get it, and it was free. Beautiful chocolate lab. Got the dog, took it home from Quebec, and the dog was a fucking lunatic. Fucking lunatic. Like, it just wouldn't sit down, or it wouldn't stay still. It would run laps around the house. And anytime someone would come into the house, it would get so fucking excited it was impossible to control. And if we had too many people come into the house, like say we had family over for dinner or something, it would get so excited it would drop and have a seizure, which was terrifying. So something was wrong with the dog. To this day, I don't know. It had epilepsy, I guess. It just had so much energy, and when there was too much stimulation, when there was too many people in the house, it would just have a seizure, piss itself, and then he would wake up. You know, the seizures would last like 30 seconds or something, which doesn't sound long when you say 30 seconds, but when you're watching a dog have a 30-second seizure, it's scary. And then he would wake up and be kind of like really out of it and just not know what the fuck is going on for like an hour or two, and then he would be back to his normal self. Anyways, we would have to walk this dog fucking forever, and I was a shitty teenager at the time, right? So like I didn't want to walk this fucking dog, you know. But I loved the dog, so I did it anyway. Or I would walk it to a nearby park and throw the ball. But then, you know, this fucking dog Gaston would play fetch for hours, like just fucking, it just wouldn't get tired. And it was just so much work to have this dog. But I fucking loved that dog. Gaston was a fucking G, dude. Gaston was awesome. Everybody loved Gaston. But I think people don't understand the amount of work that goes into them because they just need so much goddamn exercise. And most people in Taiwan never walk their dogs. They put their dog, like these Pomeranian things we're looking at right now, they'll put them in a little dog pram, it's like it looks like a grocery cart almost, but for dogs. And the dog doesn't even walk. They just push the dog around, and it gets no exercise. So I think most people don't understand. I'll tell you this. I will agree with you that dogs shouldn't be pets for like most people, but I don't think anyone is the right thing. I don't think everyone shouldn't be allowed to have pets. I also think picking up dog shit on the street while other people watch sounds like the worst humiliation ritual to me. Yeah, there's something weird about that. Dogs are so bad that even other dogs hate dogs. Yeah. I saw your video on no friends for 2 years. You have to at least make 1 or 2 genuine friendships. Yeah, I mean, of course, I've got a couple of Taiwanese friends, but I'm just saying I met them through work. So maybe that answers your question. If you want to meet friends, you'll probably meet most of them through work. And hey, if you're like a really sociable guy, like I said earlier, if you're really outgoing and extroverted, you can go to the bar and meet friends easy. I'm just not. Alan seems to be like a good friend and fatherly figure. Yep, that came out of nowhere, but yeah. That being said, if reincarnation is a thing, I'd quite like to come back as a little yappy dog who has a cute Taiwanese lady as my owner. That's got to be the best life ever. Yeah, honestly, true. You're probably right. A rich, cute Taiwanese lady. I think they used baby strollers at first. Now they seem to have a dedicated dog. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They have like dedicated dog strollers, and it's fucking ridiculous. Like, put your dog down and let your dog goddamn walk. When I lived in China, it was even worse because most Chinese people are terrified of dogs. So, you know, if you got into an elevator and a Taiwanese person or a Chinese person walked in with their dog, like everyone in the elevator would be like hugging the walls and like freaking the fuck out. Taiwanese people, a lot more Taiwanese people nowadays have dogs, so they're a lot more used to it. I wish I could have a dog, but my apartment is too small, I feel like, and I wouldn't want to do that to a dog. But what's cool as shit about Taiwan is that you can put the dog on a stroller not a stroller, fuck me, a scooter. So if I was going somewhere to shoot a video, I could just take my dog and not leave it in the house all day. I think that's kind of cool. But yeah, they're a lot of work, and they require a lot of fucking attention too. Because they just like, I don't buy the argument that the dogs don't love you, they just love anyone who gives them food. I think that's cats. But I think like the amount of love a dog shows you just requires a lot of attention that cats don't need, you know? You need to pay the AC hydro bill, yeah. How do dogs do their business in the stroller anyway? Isn't that the point of walking your dog? Yeah, good question, honestly. I don't know. Like, I rarely see dogs do their business in Taiwan. Actually, I do know how they do it. Because Taiwanese people usually just leave their dogs in their apartments for all day, they put down those like pads, you know? It's like a, what do you call I don't know what they're called. It's like a pad, like it absorbs, and they just leave them on the floor. It's fucking gross. You can afford a dog? Fuck no, I can't afford a dog. That's the other bigger reason I can't have a dog. I wish I could afford a dog. Well, no, I still wouldn't have a dog because I would need to afford like a decent sized apartment. On Greed Island, I once saw a guy take his pet goat on a scooter. Wow, that's fucking cool. So you've never seen dog diapers? Prodigy, explain how that works in Taiwan. Some people have dog diapers. I assumed dogs that have dog diapers have like bladder issues. But most of my friends that have dogs put down those pads in their apartment. I think because if the dog really has to piss, it takes too long to get all the way down the elevator or something. I'm not really sure. It's pretty gross, but I guess that's how they handle it. I've seen people use nappies, really? After all these years, what is the thing that keeps you living in Taiwan besides work and your apartment? Oh, fuck, dude. Good question. Comfort. This was the topic of my last video, but Taiwan is so goddamn comfortable once you get used to it. Once you get past the things that most people complain about, and rightfully so, you know, the heat, the ugliness of the cities, the inability to gain full citizenship, or how difficult it can be, or how difficult it can be to enter business, or whatever, you know, whatever things you might want to. Once you get over it and you can accept it, it's so fucking comfortable. Like, everything is so easy and convenient. Yeah, pure love for convenience. Food is so accessible, you know. It's not even, again, like I said in the video, it's not the fact that it's accessible, it's the knowledge that food is always there 24/7 makes me feel comfortable. Case in point, hamburger right there at my desk side that I didn't eat. I don't own a microwave. I'm gonna give myself the shits eating that later, but whatever. That was a poor example. I meant, like, you know, you can go outside. Crazy that I just pulled that out though, right? And yeah, and so yeah, it's just so taxes. You know, you just walk into the tax office, you give them their ID, all your information's on their fancy computer, they print it out, and Bob's your uncle. There's no fucking complicated bullshit like in Canada where you gotta hire some company to do your whatever. You know, it's just like everything works. It's so well oiled. And how much is that burger? That one was 170 NT, I think, for just the burger. And yeah, it's just like a really chill, relaxed place. When I go outside, I just don't feel like pressure, you know? And it took me a lot of years to like come to that sort of place where I felt this comfortable, because for so long I would just bitch and moan about Taiwan. I never really understood how anyone could feel comfortable here. I didn't like the aesthetic. I didn't like the lack of, I don't know, identifiable culture, if that makes sense. That sounds mean, but I just didn't really get it. But now I'm just like, fuck it. It's so relaxing. But then again, that also could be because I don't have a 9-to-5 job. You know, like that helps a lot. So yeah. Canada now is going through a recession. What? Again? And might collapse before you come back. Canada's pretty fucked. Is it really? The taxes thing isn't really unique to Taiwan. The tax bullshit in Canada is a Canada-US thing, especially from a lobbyist like HR Block that keep it that way. Europe is more like Taiwan. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was like, I don't know. Like, I hate that fucking thing, like in Canada, like, why the government says, okay, file your taxes. It's like, well, why don't you just tell me how much I owe you? It's like, no, you gotta go find out how much you owe us. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Is Canada fucked? I mean, I knew it was fucked before. I thought we were kind of coming out of it. No? Is Carney not doing a good job, or what's going on? Like, I know housing's still expensive, although not as bad as, like, I think the housing has actually cooled off a bit. Or the exceptions. Okay. But, oh, by the way, Hardware Hoarder is my buddy Marco. He's starting a YouTube channel. I don't know, when are you going to release your content, or if you have already. I feel bad for not knowing, but, Hardware.
Fernsehen ohne alles.
Oh, fuck
Die
off! German bread? You've already got 4,000 subscribers! You've already released a ton of videos. What the shit? Yeah, go check them out if you're into hardware. Who's this random dude in your thumbnail? Yeah, subscribe and watch to that guy. Marco is a sexy black man from Canada. Yeah, I thought Canada was kind of coming out of it. I don't know. But yeah, I've been gone for too long. Yeah, for sure, dude. I've been watching for a while, Prozzy. I did go to Taiwan a whole month, and people are workaholics and no one has time there. Yeah. A lot of people work a lot. Like, my co-teachers in the kindergarten that I worked at, like, literally worked like 10-hour days. So you're probably not wrong. He's driving Canada to oblivion. He can't be worse than fucking Trudeau, though. Not yet. We'll do content later. Too busy. But you've already got videos up on the channel. Well, if it's not Canada, it's definitely the UK. Okay, they're older videos, I see. UK is fucked too. Canada's not effed. There are very large structural problems for sure, but the problems are with the tariffs. Yeah, I've heard a lot of Canadians that will blame all of the problems on America, but I don't know. I feel like... I don't know what I feel like. I don't fucking know. Do you still talk with Flow86? How's he doing? Yeah, I get that question every single live stream. Yeah, we chat every once in a while. They're great. Doing just fine. Making good money, living in the States, doing their thing. Taxes in Canada are not that difficult to do on your own if you concentrate on it. Rebates, write-offs are found just takes work. Yeah, but in Canada, I don't think it takes any... I mean, in Taiwan, it doesn't take any work. It's just annoying that you have to do the work was my point, right? If you've seen food banks here, the lineup is crazy. Really? Is it that bad? I mean, I guess, like, listen, like, I know that salaries have not kept up with the cost of living, right? Like, that's the reason I don't go back. Because I would be locked into a kindergarten. Well, I wouldn't be locked into a kindergarten teaching job, but, like, that was my major in school, and so I guess I would go back into that. But they make, like, 40 grand a year, if that. And, like, straight up, you cannot live in Canada on 40 grand a year. It's not possible. At least most maybe you could live in some rural Saskatchewan village, but I don't think that's possible. And I've got friends that I grew up with who maybe could hook me up with some job, but even then, I just don't know. I don't know how the hell I would do it in Canada. I talked to a Taiwanese girl who had to do sketchy work because she said the minimum wage in Taiwan is too low. Yeah, the minimum wage in Taiwan's pretty bad. It goes up every so often, which is great for people working minimum wage jobs, but sucks for inflation because that, when they increase minimum wage, they also increase the prices of fucking everything else. So the cost of living in Taiwan has gone up in recent years. It's not as cheap as people might think it is. Yeah, it's gotten worse, Prosy. Really? Carney is ditching environmental policies to allow gas and natural gas to be sold. Housing prices are crashing as expected. Food banks are mostly international students that don't really need it. I think ditching environmental policies... Am I going to get yelled at for saying it's a good thing? I think Canada should be selling natural gas and fucking oil and stuff that we have because it's just so much money we're just leaving there. I don't know much about Carney. I think that I liked Poilievre's idea, but then Carney just took his ideas and implemented them. So I'm fine with Carney too. I'm not hard left, hard right, and I think that's why Poilievre kind of lost steam he lost because of Trump, but I think that Carney is implementing a lot of what Poilievre talked about, so I'm kind of cool with it. How's inflation in Taiwan lately? Mostly protected by the government, I think, but I don't know. You'll be on a street with 40K Canadian dollars a year. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't go back. There are cases of 6 people renting 1 bedroom because it's too expensive in Canada. That's fucked. Raising a minimum wage to causing inflation is a myth. Is it? Canada house prices are the ones that need to crash the most. I mean, they did kind of crash, didn't they? At least they didn't keep climbing anyways. The next generation is cooked. Job displacement by AI will get higher and higher, just like the wealth gap. Dysphoria wouldn't just be in the movies anymore. I'm hoping AI will just be able to take care of all humans and we don't have to work, and then we're just able to do all of our hobbies. That'd be sick. It is true. It's a good thing ditching it, but it doesn't matter when the whole country has no true growth. Yeah. So are people losing money on the, what's the Canadian version of the S&P 500? I apologize for going back to stocks, but whatever that's called, I forget. Are people that invested into the Canadian only stock market losing shitloads of money, or does it not work like that? You can get a job on a Northern Canadian reserve, cheap rent, utilities paid, plus if you're Ontario, the pension is top notch. Food for thought. Teaching. Yeah, my sister did that. My big sister is a teacher as well, but she had her teaching license and everything. I specified, I went into early childhood development, so I could only really do kindergartens. But fuck me, I went to go visit her. She lived in Manitoba on a reserve, and I went to go visit her. This is 10 years ago, maybe. Fuck, those reserves are depressing, man. Everyone on those reserves is on hard drugs. They get pregnant at 13. None of them work because they all get subsidies from the government, so they don't really have to. It's really fucking sad in those reserves, man. But that's just me bitching and moaning. You're offering a solution to my poverty issues, and I appreciate that. It's actually not a bad idea. With declining population in Taiwan, housing costs should be steady or gets cheaper. No, there will be more supply than demand. I'm
I'm not entirely sure if that's how it'll work. Taiwanese people still view home ownership as a safe investment. And I think that the culture in the West has largely moved on from that. I don't think people see investing in home ownership as one, even a possibility, and two, as a safe investment in the long term anymore. Not like it used to be in like the 50s, right? TSX, Composite Index, is the Canadian version. Oh, okay. So how does that work? So if like everyone's saying the economy in Canada's fucked, are they actually talking about just like the everyday people, but the stock market's fine? It's a good thing short term, kind of fucked long term. Okay. No, because Taiwanese also collect houses like Pokemon. Yeah, that's true. I'm on a huge delay, by the way. Oh, okay. Sorry, that might be my fault. I don't know. The only thing that matters is genuine connection. People should not have to rush into a relationship just to boost population. In theory, yes, less population, decreasing house and rent prices, but rich people are also hoarding all the assets. Yeah, like a lot of my Taiwanese people that I know, they don't just own a home. They own like a couple. So yeah, that and divorce and abusive relationship are just waiting to happen, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, like getting into a relationship for a Taiwanese woman is difficult. This might be a controversial take. Feel free to disagree with me. I would say, I'm just gonna say like 100%, honestly. I'm not even gonna say like 90%. I'm just gonna go all in on 100% of Taiwanese women that I know that got married to a Taiwanese guy either cheated on their husband or got cheated on. Like, cheating is not something people talk about in Taiwan, and it's not very well known because nothing is well known about Taiwan, really. It's like rampant. Like, you marry a Taiwanese guy, you have basically a 100% chance that he'll cheat on you if you're a Taiwanese woman. Again, feel free to disagree. But every single Taiwanese person I've met that's married, it happens. And oil and energy stocks on the TSSX are good if you have energy and have extra money. Buy Enbridge? That, forgot about it for a few years. Okay. Yeah, I would assume the sticker price for buying might get more expensive, but rents could be lower, could get lower. I don't know about rent. Rent is like fine-ish in Taiwan. They are going up. So renting in Taiwan isn't as cheap as it used to be, but it's still a lot cheaper than like, I don't know, Canada. You're right, damn, how do you know? Why? Why cheat when you don't love them? Why? Okay, how do I know? It's because like they just tell me. And why? Good question. I think maybe, this is a hypothesis, I don't know for sure, maybe there's a cultural element to it. So again, I'm going to reference this book I reference all the time, My Country and My People by Lin Yutang. And he talks about, in Chinese culture, this is before the Civil War, how like Chinese men were allowed to have, you know, multiple wives, mistresses, not mistresses, but like concubines. And I wonder if that, I mean, that culture is dead, it's gone. It doesn't happen anymore, obviously. But I wonder if that mentality hasn't quite fully died off yet. But also more likely is that Taiwanese men face I'm not going to say little consequences, but not as severe consequence. Like, okay, a Western girl will just break up with you and destroy your car and tell all your friends that you're a piece of shit and then sleep with your best friend if you cheat on her, right? That's just what happens. You know, your typical Western woman will probably fuck your life up. If you're married. A Taiwanese woman is, this is changing now, slowly, not slowly, but quickly. But traditionally speaking, a Taiwanese woman is less likely to divorce her husband if he cheats in order to keep, especially if they have children, to keep the family together, to kind of save face, to avoid the shame. But again, that's changing. A lot more Taiwanese women are more willing to divorce nowadays. And so, yeah, Taiwanese guys have no reason not to. They don't face as much consequence. So, it happens. I think that's why. I could be wrong. You know, and again, like, if you're a married Taiwanese guy and all your other married Taiwanese guys are cheating on their wives, it becomes a little bit, you know, you get caught up into that and you think that you can do it too, you know? I lived in Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Philippines. Housing is so overpriced for what you get, and yes, cheating is rampant. Yeah, I agree. I think that when you look at the price you pay for an apartment in Taiwan, and then you look at the actual apartment, I'm like, it's not, I don't understand why I would pay this much money for whatever the fuck this is, right? It's just like the Mormons. Really? Do Mormons cheat a lot? I have no idea. I think a lot of Chinese/Taiwanese marry as a duty rather than for love, so it's a lot more financial/housing, have baby rather than enjoyment. Exceptions, of course. I think, yeah, I think back in the day, you're probably right. And when I say back in the day, I don't mean that long ago. These days, I think a lot more Taiwanese people are either straight up just unwilling to get married or will only get married for love. I think the idea of getting married as a sense of duty or just doing what you're supposed to do is kind of a bygone era these days. Like you said, exceptions. In China, however, getting married as a sense of duty is still definitely a thing. Chinese people, typically speaking, are a lot more traditional than Taiwanese people are. Just marry your homie and you get the best of both worlds. I don't know. I wonder, a lot of people say that, like, just marry your best friend. But I wonder if your wife can be your best friend or if your best friend should be something different than your wife, you know? Prazi House Fund next live stream? Yeah, God. Where? Fucking buy a house in Uganda or something? Like, what? Housing prices all over the goddamn world are through the roof. Ask anyone. Like, Canadians, myself included, bitch and moan about how expensive our housing is. And Australians bitch about and moan about how, because, you know, Australia and Canada are particularly bad with the housing market. But I think if you ask anyone from anywhere in the world, they'll say that the housing market in their country is fucked too. I think the reason is they have timelines for marriage, kids, etc., etc. They just jump into marriage to satisfy family, no love, no friendship, but you're right, changing. Yeah, again, it used to be that way. Like, I remember I had this conversation with my Chinese friend years ago when I lived in China about marriage. She, I can't remember how the conversation got started, but we ended up talking about, like, love and relationships and the different types of love that you can have. And she was explaining that in her relationship and in many Chinese relationships, the love for, like, the first 7 years is a genuine romantic love. And then after, you know, the famous 7-year hump or whatever, right? And then after that, it's a sort of a familial love. Familial? Yeah, like a family love. I love my husband as a family member. I no longer, but, you know, but I no longer see him as, like, an attractive romantic partner. I see him more as a grown-up husband in a family sense. And they kind of view a romantic relationship as something that's a little bit immature, right? It's something that's been a bit Disney The romantic relationship is kind of, it's too Hollywood, it's not realistic, it's not pragmatic enough. And so the type of love that you have for your partner in China shifts over time to something that's supposed to be more mature. And when that's the case, then when your significant other cheats on you, it's sort of less of a bigger deal. Like, I also have a lot of Chinese friends that have said that they don't really care if their husbands cheat on them, provided that they still take care of the family, you know, in a financial sense, which is kind of a crazy thing to hear. So, yeah. Yeah, no, they're not necessarily expensive. Taiwan, like other countries, like Italy, housing prices are really cheap if you're willing to go against the grain. For example, like Italy, if you leave the big city, house prices collapse. For me, that is outside Taipei or Taichung, like Sanzhi or Zhanghua. Well, why the, yeah, but then you gotta live in fucking Zhanghua. Milan is the same way, 20 kilometers outside the city center, gets dirt cheap. Yeah, but then you have the problem of living in Italy. And the biggest problem with Italy is that it's full of Italians. I say that just to annoy Marco. But I watched this, I was telling Marco this the other day. I watched this Italian movie called The Hand of God, which funnily enough is where my mom is from if it was in French, because the hand of God in French is Manadieu, and Manadieu, or Manadou as they pronounce it in Cape Breton, is where my mom's from. Anyways, weird movie, didn't really enjoy it, it was kind of weird. And I started being curious about what people like living in Italy, you know? Because I thought so many people want to live in Italy, right? Because it's so famous and the food and all that. So I went on Reddit, and holy shit, everyone fucking hates living in Italy, which surprised me. But then again, I feel like Reddit is also a cesspool of people who just like to complain too, right? If you have a positive experience, you're less likely to share it online than someone who had a negative experience. First marriage is just for practice. Yeah, nice. In China, if you are not married by 26, you're labeled as lost woman. It is a thing. 26, probably 30. You've got outdated information, I think. Yeah, maybe in like the 1990s, if you were 26, you're probably a leftover woman. Nowadays, it's 30. But again, it's changed so much that nowadays there's lots of people over 30 who aren't married or are divorced, and they don't really, whatever, you know. Is an Asian woman over 30 considered leftover woman culturally? Kinda. Not really in Taiwan. Like nowadays in Taiwan and modern Taiwan, the only scrutiny Taiwanese women will face if they're over 30 and unmarried is at home with their family. They'll ask questions like, why aren't you married yet? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Is everything like what? You know what I mean? Other than that, like no one really cares in Taiwan anymore. They're not as traditional as Chinese people are, generally speaking. Marrying your homie is 100% better option than staying single for tax benefits. Yeah, it's kind of rigged. I don't know, what kind of tax benefits do you even get for being married? Like, I don't even know. But whatever. But I have heard you can buy an Italian countryside house, beautiful, for like some fucking blueberries. You know, like it's really cheap. But the thing I heard about Italy is that Italians are incredibly unhelpful and kind of rude. And that everything is really slow in Italy. Like similar to Japan, you know, like red tape around everything. If you're trying to get anything done, it's just really hard to get done. Like Davey 45, who's the bass player? He's really funny. He lives in Taiwan. He just made a whole video about moving from Italy because the government raided his house for like taxes and shit. Like the whole thing's fucked. Okay. Italy has its own problems. Bureaucracy is a nightmare to deal with. The actual living part is fine. It's beautiful, decently convenient like Taiwan, but Taiwan dials it to 11. For example, food is great, transportation is convenient like Taiwan. I would love to take a cool little Italian sports car and drive it around and go to like, you know, in all the movies when they go to those like Italian, like those coastal Like, I guess it's Sicily or some shit. I don't know. It's like a rocky cliff face. Like, did you guys watch the last season of The Crown? Like, wherever the royal family takes their yachts, that place looks sick. Prazi, is there any place you would want to go to? In Italy? No. I don't know enough about Italy. I love Italian food. I do. I cook a lot of it. I've tried cooking Italian like the way that Italians fucking make it. God, they're so douchey about it. But it is fucking good. I don't know, Bologna maybe, because I think they've got a lot more like, they've got a lot of like heavier foods, you know, that I kind of like. I don't fucking know. Is cheating common thing in Taiwan? Yes, I just said that. That's super, super, super common in Taiwan. Fuck, that should be that'll be my next live stream for sure, is cheating on Taiwan. This is a popular topic for you guys. Most foreigners have a hard time meeting a good Taiwanese woman because they only go to bars and the wrong places. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, Davey 504, that's what I'm talking about. You should allow people to call. You should allow people to call into your live streams. Ha! Yeah. How? That would be fucking fun. That's a really good idea. I'm gonna write that down. Live stream ideas. So cheating in Taiwan is the idea. And then also allow people to call in. But how would they call me though? That's a good idea. You straight up pay a lower bracket in some countries, and lots of tax credits are tied to having a spouse partner. Oh, that's fucking cool. Get Wes Davies on the call. Yeah. Yeah, if it's people that I know that call in, sure, that's easy. But people that I don't know how they would call me. Maybe on Instagram or something. Italy bureaucracy is ass. I've been here for 3 years, and my God, the residence renewal process is always a pain in the ass. Oh, really? You live in Italy? You can get an appointment 6 months into the future, and you end up without a valid residence permit and a receipt. Fuck. Dude, that sucks. Where in Italy do you live? That's cool. Don't dox yourself. I just want to see. It's kind of cool. Like, I just mean generally, you know? Okay, so next live stream, Perazzi Ferrari rental fund. Yeah, I meant like a sports car, like an Alfa, something affordable, something kind of fun, light, you can throw around. I wouldn't take a Ferrari. I would be more stressed driving it, trying not to crash it than anything. Any place in the world right now in your heart that makes you want to go there? Nah, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I don't know. Japan, I guess, but then everyone says that, so fuck that. That's a lame answer. Shit. It's hard because there's so many trade-offs, right? Like, I would love to try Mexican food, real Mexican food. But Mexico's so fucking dangerous. I don't have any Mexican friends. That's not true. I have a few, but I haven't seen them in a long time. I would have to go with like locals, but just for the food. South Americans in general, I can't really keep up with. I know Mexico's not in South America, but like, you know, like Latino culture is very like energetic, and I feel like I wouldn't really fit in. Germany maybe, just to see how funny it is. Because Germany's such a weird place. Like, there's parts of Germany that are so interesting and beautiful and cool. German fucking kebabs. Is it kebabs they eat? Look really good. You know, but then also, like, because there's places in Berlin that look fucking really rough. Oh, I went to England and had a great time, which I was not expecting. I thought I was going to get stabbed and made fun of in England. England was awesome. I really, really liked it. And I wasn't expecting it to, so maybe I'd go back to England. Shit, I don't know. Maybe Italy, like in those places I said. Greece, maybe? I like Greek food. I don't fucking know. It's mostly for food. Mongolia would be cool. Sorry, let me get back. I had a friend who received the residence permit in Italy, but it was already expiring because it took so long. That fucking oh man, that would piss me off. Start with Milan. It's easier to get around. Similar size city, similar size MRT, yada, yada, yada. Real places to get to know Italy. Yeah. But then again, I wouldn't be able to move to these places because what the fuck would I do there? Like, can you even teach English in Italy and make money? Use Discord? Yeah, maybe I could put Discord on my phone. Yeah, 1-800-PROZY. Yeah, not a number you want to be caught calling by your wife. I think you can use StreamYard, yeah, or just Instagram. Can't people just call me on Instagram? Which is technically the more efficient region. Veneto region. I'm not saying that right. Again, I don't fucking speak Italian. Veneto, Italy. Let's have a look. Oh, sorry, I gotta. Sorry, guys. I hope doing Google Maps is not boring. I fucking love Google Maps. Oh, so you're kind of not too far from Venice. Well, by Canadian standards, you're not too far from Venice, and Milan actually. Where this is all northern Italy. Interesting. See, I think as a tourist, I don't fucking know. Where's the place that's like? Is it Syracuse? You know, with like the rocky cliffs face and the fancy pants boats and stuff. Does Italy own this? Corse? Isn't that where Napoleon went to die or whatever? Okay, let's check out this place. Oh, there's Bologna. That's where I kind of thought was cool for the food. Fuck, I miss Valento. Where is it? Oh, there it is. No, Valento. Oh, it's all of this. Oh, fuck, sorry. I read Verona. My bad. You guys are probably already yelling at me in the goddamn chat. I'm sorry. It's this whole fucking region that includes Venice, Verona. It doesn't include, sorry. I am fucking dumb. I read Verona and thought that's what it was. Well, shit. Okay, we already know Venice is fucking paradise. Mike, okay, I have a question. Do people live in Venice? Do people live there, or is it just tourist everything? Like, I imagine nobody lives in Venice, right? Like, you can't live there. That's what I have. I just watched Casino Royale, and I think it was shot there. Let's look at Padua. I've never even heard of this place. Wow, yeah, this looks Italian as fuck, dude. This is kind of cool. This is Italian as hell. Are Italian girls hot? They look hot. The Bond girl, one of the Bond girls in Casino Royale was Italian, and she was fit. Like, are they hot or are they kind of hit or miss? I don't know. I've never met an Italian woman, I don't think. Have I? Yeah, it's pretty nice. It must be expensive, though, living here, no? Like, let's go to this village. Okay, this doesn't look Italian. This looks, I mean, European for sure. But I didn't know Italy looked like this. That's a nice house. Is that a house? That's kind of nice. That's a really nice house. He's got a smart car, cool. Oh, sorry, my speakers turned off. My speakers automatically turn off after a while. I didn't see the super chat. Oh, my neck. Did you guys hear that? That was brutal. Okay, Atomicus123. Please turn on your AC. I can smell you from here. Thank you. Hey, we made it. We made it to the $100. AC is going on. Hang on. Oh, God, I've been sitting in that chair for 3 hours. My ass. Hang on. And it's on. We did it. Oh, that feels fucking nice. Wait, did I turn it on the cold setting? Oh, it was 30 fucking degrees in my apartment. But again, 30 degrees to me doesn't feel so bad. Ouch. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, Veneto region, which is technically more efficient region. Yeah. How is German-speaking regions in Italy? I feel like those guys would be efficient. Yeah. I lived in Merida, Mexico for 3 months, and the food was crap. Really? They eat a lot of turkey in that region, which surprised me. Wow! I was expecting like ridiculously spicy salsas and stuff. You can kind of teach English in Italy, but the salaries are bad. So what do you do? Like, what if people want to like move to Italy? What do they do for work? I suppose if you're European, you can go anywhere and work, right? Can't you survive off YouTube revenue if you went to a different country? Yeah, if I figured out how to make better videos. I don't make enough money on YouTube to live full time. I'm just not good enough at it, I guess. I didn't want to dox myself, so I gave you the region. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I didn't want you to dox yourself either. Canada has a TSFSA, such a great financial tool. Thanks, Stephen Harper. Was that under Stephen Harper? I remember I opened a tax-free savings account like when I was like 16, not even knowing what it was. Well, I don't see the risk really, but I live in Padua. Oh, really? Right where I dropped right where I dropped the pin earlier. That's so funny. Wow, you live there? That's so fucking cool. It's so fucking Italian, dude. Have you ever been to the Palazzo della Ragione? How's my Italian, chat? Or Cafe Pedracci? It's very cool. I like this place. The Lego store seems really out of place in this old building. Very cool. It looks expensive though. Like it looks like the kind of place where they'll charge you like, you know, $15 for a cup of coffee or something, you know? I'm stuck in here now, fuck. Okay, yeah, that is what most places look outside the city. Oh, really? Okay. Only the historical centers look stereotypically Italian. Okay, yeah. See, that's just my dumb foreigner idiot brain. I don't know anything about Ducatis and Aprilas. Moved to Italy. Isn't Aprila Chinese now? Didn't a Chinese company buy Aprila like a while ago? I've never ridden a Ducati. They scare the shit out of me. They sound nice though. They scare me, one, because they're so fucking fast, and two, I think they would break, like everything else that's Italian. Poor Prozzi, yeah, exactly. You should do a live stream. You should do more live streams. We can all talk more. Yeah, I should. Again, I've been doing chair needs oil. Yeah, it didn't really come with oil, but maybe I should add oil. I don't know enough about chairs. Yeah, again, I've been doing 2 videos a week, which was fucking hard. But anyways, we'll see. You can find mostly software and engineering jobs, but you'll need decent Italian. Well, I don't speak Italian, and I don't know anything about software or engineering, so I guess I'm out of luck for Italy. Yeah, I was introduced by the Harper government. Bad, your Italian is bad. Okay, listen, how about now? Is it better now? Does that make difference? Please just speak French. Grazie. I don't know, man. The creaking sounds so bad. I'm not sure if oil can save that anywhere. Probably just the rust from that chair. This chair is brand new, but it was ridiculously cheap. My friend bought it for me for my birthday, and it's like the cheapest chair you could buy online. It's not, it's more comfortable than the chair I had, but anyways. It's expensive, but not as much as you think. You can get a single room with utilities paid for around 500 to 600 euros. Okay. 550 euro to NTD. 20,000 NT. Okay. For a what? For a single room? Yeah, that's like Taipei kind of prices, although Taipei is a little bit more expensive than that probably. Maybe not actually. Yeah, that's probably comparable to Taipei. Maybe. Cool, a bridge. Do you ever go swimming in the Ponte Molino? Never mind, I wouldn't swim in that. Man, you're living such a picturesque life. That's so cool. No one's answered me. Are Italian girls hot? Hey, Prozzy, this might sound corny, but do you believe in soulmates or the one? Good question. I don't know, man. I had this really good friend of mine I used to work with when I was a teacher in Canada. And he told me that the moment he saw his wife, he like just knew he had to marry her. And I'm pretty sure they're still married to this day. I haven't talked to him in a long time. And he like genuinely felt that way. I've never had that feeling per se. I don't know. I'd like to believe in it, but I can't. I don't know for sure. You know. I could probably talk deeper about it, but I won't. Do the hand motion again. That up and down stroke can make you a living in most places. Since you're just doing YouTube, you should upgrade your early childhood degree to a full teaching license. International jobs will be available, quite good pay. I wonder if I can. But Italy is not the high trust society that Taiwan is. With all the illegal immigrants, good luck with your phone and laptop. I have heard that too. There's a shitload of like petty theft. Not allowed. That water's gross. Some of my cousins live near Crotone in Italy. If you want a street view that, it's by the sea. They're very cute. Oh, they're cute, but very hard to get. What makes them so hard to get? Italian women are on another level, but they're also on another level in personality in a bad way. They're going to control the house. I mean, most women control the house around the world. What makes them so hard to get? Like, do you have to be like a good Catholic boy or something? Or what's... Crotone, you said? Crotone? Province of Crotone, Italy. Wow, where the fuck is this? East Coast? Southern East Coast? It's probably gonna be hotter than shit here, right? Let's see, let's go kind of near the coast. Oh, they got a beach! How come all Italian streets are cobblestone? Oh, never mind. I feel like that would be a bitch to maintain. Yeah, we have these trees in Taiwan a lot. These pink ones. It's pretty common to see in Taiwan. Le Figaro, Angela and Ramina. Look, that's an Italian fucking man right now with his hat. That is an Italian. That is an Italian. They have really interesting cars too. I found a lot of cars in England and I suppose Europe as well look really melted. You know, like the design, like that's a Fiat, I think. 500, 508, which I don't love. I like the 500. I would love to drive one. I wouldn't want to own one, but I'd love to try one. But they all kind of look weirdly melted, you know? Yeah, I think the other place is nicer than this place, maybe. This one looks less stereotypically Italian. Still cool, though. The fact that sticks out the most when I watch Europe travel YouTubers is that there are scammers and pickpockets in every country, barring Switzerland and some Nordic countries. Yeah, dude. I mean, they don't get the best people in there, do they? No, don't do that hand gesture again. Talk deeper, and some Italians are... Talk deeper. What? Talk deeper? I will talk deeper for you, Tuckle Cheese. And some Italians are hot, not all... What? Southern coast. Weather's about the same as Taipei, so it's shit. My wife and I are foreigners in Taiwan and are considering moving back to the US and raise our kids. Taiwan is great, but our children are American, not Taiwanese, despite being born here. Okay. I don't know what you... It depends on what you want for your kids, you know? That's up to you. We're here because we like you and want to get to know you. Did I miss something? What this conversation is going... I don't know how to describe it, but typically hookup culture and casual dating isn't as common. Oh, okay, I see. We're talking about that. The whole... Yeah. Really? Hookup culture and casual dating isn't as common in Italy? Is it kind of like more traditional? Like if a woman's going to date you, then they've kind of already got it in their head that you're going to marry you? Would Prozzy ever consider living in a van? Dude, fuck yeah. Mostly because I love driving. Prozzy takes a van across Europe and Asia. Dude, I would get stabbed so fast. Yeah, no, it's just an idea. I never did it. I think if you watch the entire Sopranos series, you'll definitely do well in Italy. Just need a nickname. Yeah, Prozzy already sounds kind of Italian, doesn't it? I did watch all of Sopranos. Great show. New Jersey Italians are either the stereotypical Guidos depicted in Jersey Shore or a Southern Italian generation once removed from the motherland. Yeah, but I think that was the part. That was part of like that was part of the show, right? Because they went to Italy. And they suddenly realized just how different they are from like actual Italians, you know? Like American Italians or Canadian Italians just aren't the same as Italians anymore, you know? If it's like, if their grandparents moved from Italy to Canada or America, then, you know, they're not gonna be the same as like your average Italian. They're Nona or whatever the fuck they call it. Italians, I'll tell you this, I make fun of Marco for this all the time. I tease him, I don't make fun of him. You know, second generation Italians or third generation Italians love nothing more than telling you that they are Italian. All of their Instagram posts are about being Italian and their Nona, and that's all this other shit. It's like the most interesting part of their personality is being Italian. And then I find out on Reddit that everybody fucking hates Italians. Yeah. Kind of, yeah, but it's fake. They have to pretend like they plan on marrying you, etc., even if it's just a casual thing. Oh, weird. Okay. Van travel, that's a great idea. Save some money. Yeah. I'd have to... I mean, van travel in Taiwan, I mean, it would have to be in like, you know, North America or Europe or something, because van travel in Taiwan's kind of dumb. Taiwan's not really big enough to make it interesting, you know, because you could literally drive around the whole island in a day. Maybe not a day, but you know what I mean. Italians aren't considered white in the US. What? Italians aren't considered white in the US? Exactly, just like Paulie at the coffee shop in Italy. Italian, yeah, they are. Are Italians not white people? When I said talk deeper, not your voice, lol, but about the soulmate thing. Oh, fuck, I'm dumb. Sorry, dude. I'm dumb as hell. Prozzy van travels China after sneaking back in. Fuck no, I would not do that. Not a chance. Yeah, Italy seems kind of cool. I would go to visit. I don't know if I mean, I guess I would try living there. It would be kind of fun to to learn the culture and stuff, but and I mean the language and stuff, but like I don't think I can. Like I don't have any skills that would offer Italy. Like I would, you know what I mean? Like if you're going to immigrate to a country, you have to be bringing something to the table. You have to have something that they need. Unfortunately, I don't really have that for Italy. I don't have any other skills other than teaching kids. This is a cool street. Yeah, Italy is kind of cool. Is the food good like everywhere? You know, like someone just commented, like I thought I quite like Mexican food. I like spicy food generally speaking. But then someone just commented and said that the food in the part of Mexico that they lived in was dog shit. So like, is Italian food good everywhere? You know what I imagine? If I lived in Italy and, you know, like say I went to go visit, you know, Marco's cousins or something randomly, or if I went to go visit Helali_S in Italy, and we went to like a bar or something and we met some Italian girls, I don't know why I have it in my head that they would be the most like, I don't know, like stuck up or just completely ignore me in every way. Like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? Like I never ever really approach other people in a bar, male, female. Like I'm just not that kind of person. But I feel like if I did, you know, introduce yourself to someone in Italy at a bar, they'd be like, don't fucking talk to me. That's how I imagine every conversation will go, regardless of where I am, if I were to go up to someone and introduce myself. Because that is typically how I react when people try and randomly say hi to me in places that, when I don't know who they are. I'm like, what do you want from me? Yeah. Okay, I'm back from the chat here. Well, yes, and Arabs are white in the U.S. No, they're not. 30 years ago, it is true that Italians are not white. The U.S. is weird. That's wrong. They are considered white in the U.S., but not originally way back when. True, Italians get made fun of in the USA. Yeah, but I'm not saying like, oh, true Italian. Are you saying true Italians get made fun of the USA, or true, Italians get made fun of? Italians in Canada are a strong knit family unit. You got to respect the way they keep each other out. They help each other out with the house purchases expensive, do they? My cousin married an Italian Canadian, and I've never heard anything about that. But all of her Instagram posts are all about being Canadian. I mean, Italian Canadian. I lived in the metro New York, New Jersey area for over 35 years. They do not. They do not what? Italy has a digital nomad visa. Yeah, but I think you have to be making money as a digital nomad to get that visa. Have you tried online dating in Taiwan? Yeah, you know, I used to try like Bumble and Tinder and stuff like that. It works. In Taiwan, it works. Food is amazing as long as you avoid the tourist traps in international restaurants. Oh, okay. Because I heard it's different, right? Like I know, like something simple like a carbonara, I'll make it 90% the Italian way, right? Like a lot of Americans will cook, they'll make carbonara with cream, and Italians don't put cream in carbonara. It's soup. Most Italian dishes, from what I understand, are really fucking simple. Like it's a handful of ingredients, whereas American Italian food, it's like a ton of ingredients, you know, very heavy. Carbonara is just like pecorino or Parmesan, black pepper, eggs, and pork cheddar. What's the pork jowl? That shit, you know, the whatever that is in Italian. I forgot it on the last live stream too, and now I'm forgetting it now. I haven't cooked in a long time, forgive me. And I make it the same way, except getting that pork jowl shit in Taiwan is impossible. So I just go with bacon. Forgive me for my sins. And I add garlic. And Italians don't put garlic because Italians are wrong. And garlic is fucking delicious. So that's how I make my carbonara. But yeah, you know, like a sundae sauce or something in Italy is just tomatoes and like some sugar and maybe some pepper and salt. Like that's it. Like it's really simple. Whereas like, you know, like Americans will make, and I'm not saying both are good. I'm not saying, oh, the Italian one is the real one and so it's better, it's authentic. I'm not being douchey about it. I like both. I'm just saying it surprised me how simple a lot of Italian dishes are. The food is fantastic everywhere. Ooh, we got two different answers here. It varies widely across region to region, a bit like China in that sense. Okay, cool. Food here is a blessing, really. France food is better than Italian food. Oh, fuck. God damn it. We just started a war in the chat. France food is better than Italian food. Shots fired. Yeah, exactly. Oh, boy. Oh, what have you done? Oh, God. I'm behind on the chat. I apologize. Let me read faster. Shots fired. Oh, yeah, the land of snails thinks they have better food than Italy. Settle the war. If you go to a student town like Padua, I don't know how to, anyways, you'll do fine. In other places, people like to be left alone and have tight friend circles. So it must be hard to make friends in Italy then, no? He's introvert, so I doubt he'll be into online dating. Online dating, I feel like, is better for introverts because, like, you don't have to approach them in person. You can be like a fucking creep online about it, you know? France and Italian borders, Alps region, has amazing food, maybe best of both worlds. Don't know. True, comma. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, okay. This is true. No, don't use the cream. I don't use the cream for carbonara unless I'm making like Alfredo, which is just, Italians don't even eat Alfredo. I think that's an American dish, isn't it? Lemon juice. Yeah, guanciale, that's what it is. Thank you, guanciale, yeah. You eat local foods here. You don't get a carbonara in Veneto. No good local restaurants will serve you food that isn't regional or local. Well, where's carbonara from then? Because you're in the north, right? Don't they eat a lot of like heavier dishes, like a meat sauce, you know? And even that's simple. Like it's just like tomatoes and ground beef or some shit, isn't it? Again, I don't know, so you'll have to educate me. So the best food we had was in Annecy, France, which is near Italy. Okay. I'm stuck with KD here. Dude, you're not stuck with KD. KD's the shit. Miss your cooking videos, probably. Yeah, I don't have a kitchen, so I can't keep doing them. Time for the English bloke to butt it out of the best food conversation. Hey, Vanessa, what's up? G'day, mate. Vanessa, my Australian podcast viewer. Carbonara will be Lazio. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I loved cooking so much. It was fun. And I used to cook a few Italian foods, I think, on those videos. Okay, yeah, so Stephen Blay is making fun of English for the English for their food. I actually really liked the food in England. But actually, no, looking back, I think I maybe, because I went for Christmas, right? So I got to have like a Christmas meal with Alan's family. And so we got to have like the really good expensive foods, you know, like lamb with mint sauce and all these really good foods. But now that I think about it, like a lot of the really good foods we ate would be like not English foods, like Indian curries or kebabs or and stuff like that. I had like sorry, my light went out. We had some English foods which were good. I liked them. Alan's mom cooked me a lot of like British food. It was actually good. The vast array of types of foods in Taiwan is better than food offered in Italy. There is amazing food available in Italy, Taiwan, and the U.S. and Canada. Yep. Okay, carbonara is from Lazio, the region where Rome is. Oh, okay. I caught it late. Good morning. Hello. Oh dear. Beans on toast, Master Beast. Yeah, beans on toast is shit. I can confidently say that you're wrong, and British food ain't it. I like a pot pie. I like that. It's good. England just be collecting stuff they don't cook well. I think it's because Italian food relies heavily on like technique, whereas British food relies heavily on just like blunt force. You know, like stuff as much shit into the oven as you possibly can, Sunday roast. You know, make all the food brown. There's your British food. You know, just put rosemary, thyme, and sage. Is it rosemary, thyme, and sage? Are those the 3 British herbs? Or am I fucking it up with rosemary? But yeah, just put those 3 herbs in everything. There you go, British food. Whereas Italian food requires a lot of like finesse, I feel like. Like if you take something like a carbonara, simple dish, very simple dish. It's like 3 ingredients. If you fuck up the way how hot the pan is, you'll just end up cooking the eggs, and now you've got scrambled eggs and noodles. You know? So there's like some finesse involved into it. So I think maybe that's why. But yeah, yeah. Once a year, our food is the best. No, I'm sure. I don't know. Like Ellen's mom's home cooked food is good. Like, but you guys eat weird stuff in England sometimes too. Like I would wake up, and I'd come downstairs, and by the way, Alan's mom is like such a nice woman. She's so kind. Everyone in the north of England, or at least in Liverpool, was really nice to me, which really surprised me. I was not expecting. I thought Liverpoolians, whatever they're called, would be really rough people. And there are people like that in Liverpool, don't get me wrong, but the people that I met around Alan's family were all really lovely, and she would make me a cup of coffee, and she would give me something called a sausage butty, which is just an English breakfast sausage wrapped in toast. It looks pathetic. It's kind of hilarious that it's like food. It's like, you know, it's that joke, right? That they're still eating, like the Germans are still bombing them. Or they're eating like they're still in college. It sounds like a joke. And she just gave me like this one little, you know what an English breakfast sausage looks like, right? Like if they're kind of short little on a toast. And I was like, what the fuck is this? In my head, I didn't say it out loud. I'm a guest in their home. And so Alan explained that it's a sausage buddy. He told me about them before, and so I was excited to try them, but it just looked hilarious. I didn't laugh or say anything rude. And I ate it, and it actually wasn't bad. It was okay. I actually, for a quick like breakfast snack, it was good. But yeah, German Christmas markets are also very good. Yeah, they're famous all around the world, right? German Christmas markets. I want to go to one. The top cuisines in England is Indian and French. Yeah. Filipino food is worse than English? What? Dude, I went to the Philippines, like I said earlier in the stream. I fucking loved the food in the Philippines. Incredible. Again, I had my local buddy from Cebu with me, and he was like good food. British herbs, what is that? Salt, pepper, and English mustard. No, I think the 3, yeah, they're called Scousers. I knew that. I don't know. I just brain fart. Isn't it rosemary, thyme, and sage? Great story. Yeah. Sausage sarnie. Awesome. I don't know. They call it a buddy. Wait until you find out what a chip buddy is. Oh, no, chips on toast. Yeah, dude, I watched a video with, who's the chef that taught Gordon Ramsay? What's he called? White, Marco Pure White. He had a fucking chip buddy, and I was like, dude, that's pathetic. There's no fucking... A sausage buddy I get, because it's meat and bread. But chips on toast, get fucked. That's just starch. There's no way. That has to... I can just imagine it being so dry. You know? You know what I did like? Am I making this up? But But I think what I liked about the UK, so in Canada, we put vinegar on our fries, like just white vinegar, which I think we got from the British. And it's good, try it. But the British put malt vinegar on their chips. That's really good. I like malt vinegar on chips, actually. Beige on beige, yeah. Me too. I loved a lot of the foods in the Philippines. Not all of them, though. Yeah, I mean, not like balut isn't really that good. But yeah, we had like lechon, like a whole roast-ass pig. Oh, fuck me, it was good. Yeah. Vinegar on fries is awesome. Yeah. I don't think Americans do that, do they? Vinegar on fries? I think that's a Canadian thing. That's not something really that I think we should be proud of, but it's good. But malt vinegar is also really good, and they do that in the UK. And I thought that was pretty good. We went to like a country pub, you know, like a countryside pub, and they had like pub food, and it was good. I had like a pot pie, I think, like a beef pot pie. It was really nice. So everyone makes fun of the English for their food, and I understand why, because it's very, like I said, very, very, it's just unrefined, but I liked it. Careful, we'll stick anything vaguely edible between two slices of bread. Fish fingers, eggs, bacon, etc. Oh, fuck, that's funny. Malt vinegar on fries is amazing. I've seen malt vinegar provided in Canada. Yeah, I think I've seen it too, but it's just not as popular. I think it's just regular white vinegar. Americans would make fun of you for calling them the restroom washroom. Really? You can also use apple cider vinegar instead of malt, and it goes well. Ah, good idea. I'm a big fan of apple cider vinegar, but I usually use it in, I'll mix it into like a salad dressing or a sauce or something. You know, the other thing Americans don't say are pencil crayons. That's annoying. But where do they rest in that room? I've been to the US and I don't see any TVs or Chesterfields in their washrooms, yeah. The word you were struggling with to describe our food is shit. Fuck me, Steven, you're cracking me up. Come on, give yourself some credit. I'm trying to like give you guys some backup here. I liked it. British craving for acidic foods must come from their lack of fruits and vegetables in their diet. Gotta keep the savory at bay, yeah. Oh, man. Ah, God. That's just how they are, yeah. Oh, God. I don't know. I fucking liked it. It's better than Canadian food, dude. Canada food sucks ass. Like, I don't know, not all Canadian food. It's just, I find, I've said this before in other streams, like, the one food in my hometown of Ottawa that I would say you have to eat that is objectively fucking amazing is shawarma, because we had a huge influx of Lebanese immigrants in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, and a lot of them opened up these shawarma shops, and they exploded in popularity in Ottawa in the 80s and 90s, and even till today. And it's fucking awesome. It's so fucking good. Everything else is shit. Like poutine, I love poutine because I grew up on poutine. It was like my treat. Like if I scored a goal in hockey, my mom would get me a poutine, and so I love it. But I could understand why someone coming to visit Canada trying poutine would think that it's fine. It's just cheese, chips, and gravy. You know, the cheese should be cheese curds, but I mean, it's fine. So I get why people wouldn't like it. Tourtière is, again, I grew up kind of in a French, on the border of Quebec, so a lot of the foods I grew up eating were like a mix of British and French food. A tourtière is, I'll see if I can show it to you. I don't remember how to spell it. Tourtière. It's just a meat pie. The difference, I think, is it's pork. Yeah, minced pork, veal, it could be, yeah. Am I sharing my screen still? Yeah. That's pretty good. But again, it's just a meat pie. Gratin's amazing. Gratin is like a French... is that how you spell gratin? Yeah. It's a French spread on toast, but instead of like liver that Europeans use, it's just, it sounds, okay, this is gonna sound fucking gross, but I'm telling you it's fucking good. It's ground pork boiled in milk that's reduced down, and then you put it on spread, and there's herbs and shit in there too. And it's fucking good. So that kind of like home cooked meals can be pretty good. But most restaurants that you'll find like walking around Ontario or something are chain restaurants, and they're just not that good. So yeah. Oh God, that was funny. It works. Not had scurvy since Christmas. Yeah. Probably you're right. Canadian food is ass. That's why the government has let more foreigners cook and Canadians can't cook. Yeah. Probably right. Because nothing fucking grows in Canada, okay? Leave us alone. We got like corn. What else? Fucking apples. What are you gonna do with corn and apples? I got a hankering for Montreal smoked meat. Yeah, Montreal, again, almost all of the good food in Canada comes from Quebec. And in fact, most of the cultural things that you know about Canada are actually French Canadian. It's actually from Quebec. Maple syrup, that's Quebec. Poutine, that comes from Quebec. All the good food comes from Quebec. We speak French, that's Quebec. It's all fucking Quebec shit. The rest of Canada has nothing to offer. Fuck off. I'm kidding. Montreal smoky sandwiches are very good too. Schwartz's in Montreal, yeah. Here in Vancouver, BC, old shop closed down because the restaurant sales are so bad. Yeah, because the food's shit. I was a chef in the army. Really? Cool. I've never had a tourtière. This is the first time I've ever heard of it. Yeah, but you didn't grow up... Gratin, what the hell? Yeah, but you grew up in an Italian family, so you ate, like, good Italian food. I grew up eating this shit. You can put any of that Canadian food between two slices. Can you put any of that Canadian food between two slices of bread? Otherwise, I'm not eating it. That's funny. Vegemite is literally close to eating shit. Australian gets British, not French. Dude, Vegemite... Okay, Vanessa's in the chat. She's Australian, but I have to say, and I apologize for saying this, Vegemite tastes like shit. I don't like it. It's so bitter and gross. I don't know why they like it. I say poutine. Yeah, again, but you're English Canadian. And I'm hardly French Canadian. Like, my grandfather was born in Ottawa, but French is his first language. Then he moved to Montreal during the war. My dad was born in Montreal. My dad moved to Ottawa again for a different war. Had me. So my dad speaks French. My grandparents speak French. No, my grandfather speaks French. He married my grandma who didn't speak French. And then my dad married my mom who doesn't speak French. And so they never spoke it in the house. So I never really picked it up. And I should have, because it would have made living in Ottawa a whole lot easier. Don't knock Vegemite. You have to know how to eat it. You have to know how to eat it. Isn't it just on toast though? Because we're supposed to put every small... Oh, it's just a small bit of Vegemite? But, I mean, it still tastes like shit. It's just a little bit of it. It's so bitter. Like, what is it? I don't know. Anyways, it's an acquired taste, I'm told. Yeah, again, but why would I want to acquire a taste, you know? You low dose it? Yeah, like fucking heroin or something. Okay, listen, guys, I've just realized it's 2:30 in the morning. I've been going for 4 hours. This was a great stream. It was so much fun. I want to do it again. But I got to call my dad because it's still Father's Day and it's getting late. So my Surface dog loves it, really? Your dog can eat Vegemite? But anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. But it's like 3 o'clock almost, 2:30 in the morning. And I forgot I got to call my dad. So, because again, I only get to talk to my dad like twice a year. Yeah, thanks for joining. This was great. I will see you guys in the next stream. That was so much fun. Thanks for all the super chats, especially. I don't even know if it's gonna let me see them all in the chat, but I'll try and shout out as many as I can. God damn it, it hides his fucking name. I was gonna shout them out. Why can't I see his name? Shout out to the people who gave super chats. I really appreciate that. I can't see them because my little chat window is too small. I can make it bigger. I'm fucking dumb. God, why am I so goddamn dumb? Atomicus, shout out to you. I appreciate it. Oh, fuck. It doesn't show the whole chat. Okay, I'm dumb again. It only shows the last chat. Well, shout out to everyone. Yeah, good. Cheers.